Fox Sports.
It's a big Saturday night at the ballpark. A festive crowd, 20,000 D-backs sombreros handed out before the ball game. Los D-backs Fiesta de la Familia Luis Coronel concert follows the game tonight between the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. It's coming up next on Fox Sports Arizona. Good evening from Chase Field. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthiaume and Bob Brenly along the way. Game 2 of 3, the D-backs and the Dodgers. Archie Bradley gets the ball for Arizona tonight. And for LA, Bob, it's old friend Brandon McCarthy.
Yeah, Brandon McCarthy made 40 starts in 2 injury-plagued seasons as a member of the Diamondbacks. 22 of those came right here at Chase Field, where he was 3-11 with an ERA of nearly 5, making his third start coming off the disabled list. First 2 were pretty good.
And the Diamondbacks, ironically or coincidentally, the only team Brandon McCarthy has never faced, so he's up against them tonight for the first time. Bob, I thought Sunday in San Francisco, Archie Bradley pitched one of the best games we've seen him throw.
Well, especially under the circumstances. Madison Bumgarner took a no-hitter into the 8th inning of that ball game in front of a full house at AT&T Park, and I agree with you. I thought Archie pitched one of his best games of the season. Really seems to be rounding into the kind of pitcher you expect to see at the top of the rotation.
Well, it should be an interesting night at the ballpark. A big crowd on hand. McCarthy for the Dodgers and Bradley for the D-backs. First pitch from Chase Field coming up next on Fox Sports Arizona. Diamondbacks baseball on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. By Jack in the Box. Taste the all-new Double Jack Burger today, only at Jack in the Box. By Oregano's. Step up to the plate for a guaranteed home run at Oregano's, your neighborhood pizza joint, location statewide. By Tire Pros. For the best selection of Continental and General brand tires, visit your local Arizona Tire Pros today. And by your Valley Honda dealers, where you get more standard features for less money. Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by Lone Butte Casino. Get in on big wins. By Chaz Roberts, air conditioning and plumbing. Choose Chaz. By Mattress Firm. Save money, sleep happy. And by Mike's Hard Lemonade. Flavor starts here. Please drink responsibly. It's a Saturday night in downtown Phoenix, Arizona. D-backs sombreros handed out to all our fans in attendance. Game 2, the D-backs and the Dodgers. Archie Bradley and Brandon McCarthy. First pitch is next. Fiesta de la Familia. Welcome inside Chase Field. Welcome to Phoenix, Arizona. On a Saturday night, it's the Diamondbacks and the LA Dodgers, the second of a 3-game series. Dave Roberts' LA club, a season high 12 over 500. They come in here tonight 52-40 and only 5.5 games behind the Giants for the NL West lead.
The Dodgers have it going, especially offensively. They put on quite a show in that ball game last night, putting up 18 hits and 13 runs. Here's how Dave Roberts will line them up tonight. Chase Utley, the veteran, back in the lineup at second base, leading off. Corey Seager at shortstop. Justin Turner with a home run in the ball game last night. He'll be at third base. Adrian Gonzalez, perennial Diamondback thorn in the side, will be at first base. Yasmani Grandal behind the plate. Howie Kendrick in left field. Yasiel Puig in right field. Andrew Toles will be in center field tonight. And Brandon McCarthy, the former D-back right-hander, on the mound.
And a big night at the ballpark. 20,000 D-back sombreros handed out before the game. After the game, there'll be a Luis Coronel concert. This was his opening pitch. Look out! Oh. And look at Ruby De La Rosa, the catcher. He'd like an explanation.
Well, we saw Luis working out here at the ballpark during the last homestand. We know he has a much better arm than that, but maybe the adrenaline pumping a little bit. Hopefully he sings better than he throws.
He tried to put it on Ruby there. Look, if I'm going to elevate, you got to go up and get it.
Yeah, that's an 0-2 fastball. I wanted him to chase out of the zone.
So Luis, who packs him in for his post-game concert, set to do his thing following our ball game. Archie Bradley will get down to business right now. He is your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for the Diamondbacks as he takes the mound here at Chase Field. Coming off a loss at San Francisco last Sunday when the Diamondbacks were nearly no-hit by Madison Bumgarner, but we talked about this earlier, Bob. It was a start in which Archie made a lot of big pitches, looked more poised, more mature out there, and really seemed to take a big step forward.
Yeah, a lot of those big pitches came with traffic on the bases. He pitched himself into and out of some jams in that Giants game. I think a lot of fans would be surprised to know that since May 29th, Archie Bradley is 4th in the National League in strikeouts. I mean, the list is Max Scherzer, Madison Bumgarner, Jose Fernandez, and Archie Bradley.
Archie faced these Dodgers here at Chase Field June 14th. He struck out 9 in 5 2/3. Our eye on defense for the D-backs is brought to you by Nationwide Vision Centers.
Brandon Drury getting a start in left field tonight. Michael Bourne over in center. Yasmani Tomas in right. It'll be Lamb and Ahmed on the left side of the infield. Segura and Goldschmidt on the right side with Wellington Castillo behind the plate once again for right-hander Archie Bradley.
And behind the plate for the boys in blue, it's the crew chief, Dale Scott. He'll have the balls and strikes tonight. Lance Barrett is the first base umpire. Bob Davidson at second and Dan Isonia at third. The Diamondbacks really scuffling right now. They are in desperate need of a win. They have lost 13 of their last 15 games. Their worst stretch of that length in more than 10 years.
Ouch. Well, it's time to turn it around tonight. Archie Bradley has shown an ability to pitch in front of the big crowds, and we have a big crowd here at Chase Field tonight. Archie loves the attention.
Chase Utley set to lead it off for the Dodgers, and we're set to go on a Saturday night in downtown Phoenix. Los D-backs Fiesta de la Familia.
A little unusual in that Archie Bradley threw his last pitch in the bullpen, made the slow walk down the third baseline to the dugout, and then immediately went out to the mound. Only 3 minutes and 30 seconds expired between the time he threw his last warm-up pitch in the bullpen and the time he threw his first warm-up pitch on the mound.
You think that's designed?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Everybody's a little different. Some guys like to get back in the dugout and towel off. Some guys like to go up to the clubhouse and put on a dry undershirt. Some guys like to go straight from the bullpen mound to the game mound.
So Archie coming out hot as Utley leads it off, and the shift is on for the Diamondbacks. There's strike one. Chase Utley, 263. He's got 5 home runs. Was not in the ball game last night against the left-hand starter Patrick Corbin. Chris Taylor was and had a career day, a single shy of the cycle with a grand slam. Archie ahead 0-2.
What do you have to do to stay in the lineup?
Exactly. Not a bad ball game. He tried to get a bunt single to complete the cycle in his last at bat. Josh Colmentor made a nice play and threw him out.
Yeah, really nice play by Josh Colmentor. Got to the ball quickly, fading away. Fired to first base in time for the out.
Taylor's first big league home run, a grand slam. He knocked in 6 last night. 1-2 on Utley. Utley hitting only 191 versus left-hand pitching this year. That's why he was not in the lineup last night. Fastball missed away, and it's 2-2. Here
we go again.
Oh, that's a perfect pitch.
Yeah, it is.
That's a perfect pitch.
We had Dale Scott behind the plate not too long ago, and it was like flipping a coin.
I mean, that's a miss right there. He should be done with Utley right here. Instead, it's a full count, 3-2. Game changer. See the same look on the faces of Glenn Sherlock and Chip Hale. Where does he have to throw it? This is lifted in the air to left field for Brandon Drury, and they retire Utley 1 away. Yeah, we've had at least one game earlier this year with Dale Scott behind the plate, and it was black and white as up and down.
Yeah,
one of those deals.
It was like a negative. You look at a picture and yeah, something's off here. Everything is backwards. Balls were strikes, strikes were balls.
Corey Seager now. Archie working quickly, ready to go. Stays away from the first pitch fastball that time, and Seager fouls it off. 296. He leads the Dodgers both in home runs and OPS. Another lazy fly to left for Drury.
It's a good sign when you have 2 left-handed pull hitters, although Seager's not a dead pull hitter, but he does prefer to hit the ball to the right side of the field. You get Utley and Seager to hit lazy fly balls to left field to start the ball game. That's a good sign.
The dangerous Justin Turner homered off Archie Bradley here at Chase Field. The last time he faced him, that was June 14th. Homered in the first inning against Patrick Corbin last night. Archie is on that rubber and ready to throw. I think you're right, Bob. He came out in a full lather and wants to keep it that way. This was last night. Turner and Corbin into the camera well in dead center.
A fastball down and in. Turner just golfed it out of here to straightaway center field. The ball carried a long way.
He had 2 hits and a base on balls last night, Justin Turner. He's homered 10 times in his last 30 games and is just about a career .360 hitter in this ballpark. Behind 3 balls and no strikes. Fastball is in there, and it's 3-1.
You know, personally, I like this approach from Archie Bradley. Came straight from the bullpen into the dugout, got a sip of water, and went right out to the mound. You can clearly see he's perspiring heavily out there. I like guys that don't want to ease into the ball game. They want to jump in with both feet.
Well, guys that have had trouble getting started throw that first inning in the bullpen and come out like it's the second inning to start the ball game. But there's a 2-out walk to Turner. And now here's Adrian Gonzalez. Diamondbacks will put the shift back on.
23, Adrian Gonzalez.
Gonzalez has hit safely in 4 straight games. 6 of his last 7. Swinging the bat very well right now. .289 and 7 home runs. First pitch fastball is in there for a strike. 0-1. Gonzalez last night 1 for 5. He singled, walked, and struck out twice. Oh, 2.
Paul Goldschmidt must feel he's in Coors Field right now. A little bit of sun coming through the roof of the stadium, right into the eyes of the first baseman and the base runner, the first base coach, and the umpire. As Archie gets into his set position, Goldie will go down to a little bit of a crouch over there at first base to get underneath that sunlight.
Boy, Archie really got a break on that last called strike. Nowhere near the strike zone. Not sure what's amiss and what isn't yet.
Well, you really don't know. This is just flip a coin.
Now number 2 was called a strike. Number 3 is a ball. So you go figure. What do you do with that?
I'm gonna have to go put a Band-Aid on my tongue.
Hang in there. We haven't even got 3 outs yet. 1-2 pitch.
Well, the good news for Archie is he's staying right down there at the bottom of the zone. He hasn't gotten the call on some borderline pitches. He's gotten the calls on others, but for him, it's very important to keep that ball down there at the knee level.
If you're going to miss down.
Absolutely.
Long look into the dugout for Wellington Castillo. Wants it down and away. Threw it right to the glove. A ground ball away from the shift. On it is there. They get the force on Turner. Diamondbacks coming up against old friend Brandon McCarthy from here at Chase Field. Field, and your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for the LA Dodgers is right-hander Brandon McCarthy. Turned 33 years old just about a week ago. Tonight making only his third start following Tommy John surgery, and so far so good. He's 2-0.
Thrown a total of 10 innings so far this season, giving up only 5 base hits, struck out 14 opposing batters. Brandon McCarthy, a couple of different fastballs. He likes his cutter an awful lot, has a good curveball. Mostly going to be hard. Doesn't change speeds a lot other than the slow curve.
Well, let's take a look at the lineup for Chip Hale's D-backs tonight against their former teammate.
Jean Segura making his way to the plate. He'll be at second base leading off. Michael Bourne in center field. Paul Goldschmidt down at first base. Jake Lamb at third. Wellington Castillo doing the catching with Yasmani Tomas in right. Brandon Drury in left. Nick Ahmed at shortstop, and Archie Bradley, the right-hander, on the mound.
And here is Jean Segura to lead it off. A home run last night, is 7th of the year. One opposite field out to right. That pitch misses in, and it's 1-0.
Get it out of the way right away. First pitch of the game, knock Gene off the plate. He gets one every night, whether he wants it or not.
It's in that book somewhere. 309, now 7 homers. So he's already passed his home run total from all of last season in Milwaukee. That one got Dale Scott.
Like it hit the bottom of the mast, that extension down there near the bottom to protect the throat area. Yeah, right on that, and just flipped the mask right off the back of his head.
Well, here comes Ryan DePanfilo to have a look. And all the umpires will get together now. We've seen many games in the past where we've lost an umpire early on. Those foul balls off the mask for either the catchers or the umpires are no joke. You got Lance Barrett, the first base ump. Bob Davidson working second. Dan Isonia, the man on the left with his back to you, is the third base ump tonight. Isonia had the plate last night. There's Bob Davidson in the middle of your picture. Dale Scott is the crew chief. See Ryan DePanfilo shaking his head several times.
Looks like Bob Davidson's about to head into the umpire's locker room and put the gear on.
Well, he would be the senior umpire if they lose the crew chief, Dale Scott. Comes Lance Barrett, and Lance Barrett looks like he'll go put the gear on. He'll come in from first base. He would have had to play tomorrow, and oftentimes they'll fly in another umpire to take the place of the injured umpire for the next ball game. But Dale Scott is through here in the bottom of the first. So as we change plate umpires, we'll take a break. No score, the D-backs and the Dodgers. three-man umpiring crew for the rest of this ball game. Dale Scott, the crew chief, after having taken a foul ball off the face mask right here off the bat of Jean Segura, has had to lead the ball game.
Yeah, it's just where it hit on that mask. Right there at the very bottom, that little extension that reaches down to protect the throat area, got him right on that little piece, and that drives that chin pad back into your chin. And Dale Scott wasn't looking too good when he walked off the field. Hopefully he'd be all right.
Now there's Dan Isonia. He had been the third base umpire, had the plate last night. Lance Barrett, who was working first, is inside the umpire's dressing room right now, putting on the gear. Dodgers have come off the field as we await the return of a new plate umpire back from Chase Field after this. Lance Barrett will take over behind the plate for the injured Dale Scott. And Bob, we were talking earlier in the ball game about how Archie Bradley got himself all lathered up, all hot in that bullpen, and came right out to the mound ready to go. Well, if there's any negative impact here, it might be on Archie Bradley, because this is going to be a long wait and he's going to cool off, which is not what he was looking for.
Well, not what he was looking for, but ideally his offense bats around in the first inning, and he's going to have to sit in there and cool off a little bit anyway. So look at it from that respect.
Brandon McCarthy just got going, still facing the leadoff man. In fact, Jean Segura with a 1-1 count on as we await the new umpire. Diamondbacks trying to get things turned around here. Last in the National League West, 19 back of the division leading Giants, and 11 games out of the wild card spot. It's been a tough run here for Chip Hale. His team has lost 13 of its last 15, but looking to turn things around against their former teammate Brandon McCarthy. So what better time to go to you, Bob Brenly, for your Valley Honda dealers key to the game?
Well, you know, when things are going bad, that's when you really have to push yourself as an athlete, especially the offense for the Diamondbacks. They hit 12 base hits, scored 7 runs in the game last night, and got beat by 6. It's very tough at times to convince yourself that you're doing the right things up there offensively, but I guarantee you if the Diamondbacks continue to score 7 runs a game, they're going to like where they're at the end of the season.
Trying to figure out a way to improve in their own ballpark. 15-33 at home. Only the Atlanta Braves have a worse home record in the major leagues, and trying to get that done here tonight against Brandon McCarthy, making only his 3rd start, coming off Tommy John surgery.
And if you've never lived through one of these umpire delays before, I'll explain that it takes a while. Lance Barrett, you know, not to get too graphic, but he has to take off everything he had on and start all over again, because you have to wear all the protective gear that you wear underneath the umpire's uniform behind the plate. So he had to kind of start all over from scratch, put all the protective gear on, get the uniform back on over the protective gear, and hopefully he'll be right back out here on the field soon.
So we'll go with a 3-man crew, and we've seen this several times before. Bob Davidson on the left there, Dan Isonia on the right. We'll take another break. Back after this. Walking back out to the mound right now, along with his catcher Yasmani Grandal to start begin warming up. So hopefully we're only a moment or two away here as the Dodgers are set to retake the field. While we wait, it's time for greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. A look around the rest of the National League West. The Rockies, who beat up on the Braves in Atlanta last night, are trailing the Bravos 2-0 in the bottom of the 6th at Turner Field. And later tonight, the Giants and the Padres at Petco Park after San Diego won last night. Jeff Samardzija on the mound for the Giants tonight.
He'll hook up against Luis Perdomo from the Padres. You see Lance Barrett back behind the dish, all the protective gear in place and ready to go.
Well, Gene Segura, the leadoff man, was the hitter. Only 2 pitches into the home half of the 1st inning when Dale Scott took that foul ball off the mask. So Lance Barrett will have the plate. Bob Davidson will work the first base side, and Dan Isoni will work the third base side as we go with a 3-man umpiring crew.
And this is something the umpires are very familiar with. Usually in spring training, a number of games are umpired with a 3-man crew so they can get used to the various rotations when you have runners on base, ball hit in the gap or down the lines. Everybody has to know where they're going, and you'll watch the umpires for the rest of the game tonight. A lot of communication when you're down to a 3-man crew.
Moving from first base is Lance Barrett.
It's going to start right now. In fact, Lance Barrett's got all his gear on, all the accoutrement, just needs some baseballs and we can play ball. And a scoreless home half of the 1st, the 2nd of a 3-game series. The Diamondbacks and the Dodgers, after LA won the opener last night 13-7. A 1-1 count on Gene Segura. Jumps on the first one, and it's 1-2. Here we go again. We're already down 1 umpire. Lance Barrett's like, really?
A little different foul ball this time. Takes it more in the middle of the mask, which diffuses that the blow to the head. Some of it goes to the chin, some of it goes to the pad up on the forehead, as opposed to Dale Scott, who took the brunt of it right on the point of the chin.
It's the ground ball off the side of the mound for the shortstop Corey Seager, and that's the first out. Our eye on defense for the Dodgers is brought to you by Nationwide Vision Centers.
I have an outfield of Howie Kendrick in left, Andrew Toles in center, Yasiel Puig over in right field. It'll be Turner and Seager on the left side of the infield with veterans Utley and Gonzalez on the right side. Yasmani Grandal behind the plate and right-hander Brandon McCarthy on the mound.
Well, I'm told that was nearly a 12-minute delay for the umpire change, which, in case you're scoring at home, does not count against the overall time of the ballgame. So that's literally a timeout. Michael Bourn. They can stop time.
They just make time stop. Yeah, you're like Superman.
Time after time, as Cindy Lauper once saying. There's a strike to Bourn. 262 and a couple of homers. Michael had a pair of hits last night, including a 2-run triple. Justin Turner in a couple of steps on the grass, and now with an 0-2 count, he'll back off at third base. Been told Brandon McCarthy, since his return from Tommy John, is about consistent 92-93 velocity. The velocity, for the most part, has returned for Brandon following his Tommy John surgery last spring. Two and two. 20,000 D-back sombreros handed out before the ball game tonight. Big concert coming up after the game. Luis Coronel, who threw out the first pitch and almost killed the photographer.
It was a pitch out.
It sure was. Nobody told the catcher Ruby De La Rosa that was the only problem. Full count now on Bourn. There's Ruby. McCarthy has his first strikeout, 2 down. Here comes Paul Goldschmidt.
McCarthy with an elevated fastball there above the belt to Michael Bourn. You can see his frustration, which was probably at the edge of the strike zone right there. You can see Lance Barrett shaking his head yes when Michael Bourn asked him if it was a strike.
Goldie at 298. He's got 16 home runs. Homered here last night. Drove in 3. And despite all the struggles in this ballpark for the Diamondbacks this year, it's not the case for Goldie. 12 of his 16 homers right here at Chase. He's really become a Dodger nemesis. He has homered now 7 times in his last 14 games against Los Angeles.
Well, Goldie and the offense were not the issue in the ball game last night. They did their part.
7 runs on 12 hits. One and 2. Looks like Brandon McCarthy, after that 12-minute delay, has been able to find his tempo once again. Called strike 3. 2 strikeouts in the inning for McCarthy. He strikes out Gordon Goldie following the delay. No score at Chase.
No score as we head to the top of the second with Archie Bradley on the mound. Archie told me he wants to be the guy this team can count on to right the ship, and Chip Hale believes the 23-year-old can shoulder the load. Chip told me he's been impressed with the poise he's seen from the young righty over his last few starts. He said there were times he could have folded, but instead he demonstrated that mental toughness to work his way out of jams, and he believes that maturation is the key to this young pitcher's success.
Yeah, Bob, as we talked about, thought we saw a lot of that Sunday at AT&T Park.
I think you're going to see a lot more of it moving forward, not only for Archie Bradley, but everybody in this D-backs rotation. We talked about it in the telecast last night. You want to see what you have moving forward with these guys, and that may involve leaving them in some tough situations to see how they handle it.
There's the Dodger catcher, Yasmani Grandal. There's Robbie Ray, who goes tomorrow afternoon. Archie behind on Grandal, 3-0. Hitting .212 this year with 12 home runs. 6 of those homers have come in his last 10 games.
Now, Grandal will have the green light here, 3-0, if the pitch is to his liking, so make a quality pitch.
It's a high strike call from Lance Barrett, 3-1. Grandal last night 1 for 5 with a single. He struck out twice. Now with a modest 4-game hitting streak. Fastball missed, a leadoff walk. Second walk issued by Archie Bradley. That'll bring up the dangerous Howie Kendrick.
Left fielder number 47, Howie Kendrick.
And this guy has been a problem. Another big night for Kendrick at the D-backs expense last night. He had 3 hits and a walk. Drove in a run, scored twice. .261 on the year with 4 homers. He's had RBIs now in 4 straight games, Howie Kendrick.
Yeah, and he watched Chris Taylor nearly hit for the cycle in the ball game last night with the high stirrup. So Howie Kendrick shows up tonight with his own stirrups.
We wondered about that. So far, only one Dodger has gone there. Howie had a pretty good night himself. I wouldn't have changed if I was him, I don't think. Certainly the way he's been hitting the ball lately. He's having an enormous month of July. Batting .381 this month, now with an 8-game hitting streak. There's Chris Taylor, who got the start at second base last night. A triple, a double, and a grand slam. 1-0 to Kendrick is in there for a strike.
Yeah, really no surprise. A lot of good hitters love to come to Chase Field, but in his last 10 games here at Chase Field, Howie Kendrick is just raking a .471 batting average. You see what he's done during his current 8-game hitting streak.
He's hit safely in 10 of 11 games in July. Two and one. One key as always for Archie is getting ahead in the counts, and he's been behind so far tonight. 2 balls and a strike to Kendrick. It's a high chopper that's foul down the third base line. Now it's interesting, you've got no umpire over there with a 3-man crew. You've got Isonia near second base. I mean, that's always the plate umpire's call anyway until the ball gets to the base. But if it's a close play down that left field line, it's all up to Lance Barrett at the plate.
And with a 3-man crew, obviously he has the best look at that play right down the third baseline. Bob Davidson can't help from over there behind first, and Dan Isonia out in the middle of the infield can't see whether that ball was fair or foul. So Lance Barrett responsible, looking right up the third baseline.
All the way to the foul pole. Kendrick fights that one off, and it stays 2-2. Archie so far 28 pitches and more balls than strikes. Boy, this guy's just a pain in the neck. He's a really good player.
Just foul off the tough pitches and hope that the pitcher makes a mistake that you can square up, and Howie Kendrick has done that repeatedly against the Diamondbacks pitching staff.
Another 2-2. Another foul ball. Kendrick has consistently been a problem for the Diamondbacks ever since he went to the Dodgers from the Angels. 25 career games versus the D-backs. He's hit .344. A couple of home runs in there. Already 30 pitches for Archie. He's yet to record an out in the second inning. He won't get one again. It's off the glove of Segura, a liner that he's able to knock down. And everybody's safe. Another hit for Kendrick. Gene at least able to keep that in the infield, so Grandal has to stop at second.
Boy, that ball hit like a bullet. Gene fully extended right there. Got that ball right off the tip of the fingers on that glove. Couldn't close the webbing around the ball. Thought he might still have a chance to get Grandal at second, but that'll go as an infield hit for Howie Kendrick, and another one of those at bats where he just keeps fouling off pitch after pitch and eventually squares one up.
Well, getting a big reaction from the crowd, as he always seems to. Yasiel Puig, 2 on and nobody out. Dodger fans have their section here. Puig at .262. He's got 7 home runs. Puig last night 3 hits and 3 RBIs. He also struck out twice. And we We've discussed this last night. Our first look at him really since he came off the DL after missing 3 weeks last month with a hamstring problem. It seems to be, at least to start out, a lot more hunched over at the plate. A little more bend in that knee. There's a bouncer to short. Ahmed, they'll go to third for the force on Grandal, and they erase the lead man.
Center fielder, number 16.
That'll bring up Andrew Toles, only 3 for 8 in his big league career. His first look at the major leagues after his big league debut last Friday. His third start this season, all in center field. He singled as a pinch hitter in the 6th inning last night. Jock Peterson on the DL. They expect him back next week. We saw Scott Van Slyke out there in center last night. There's ball 1. Peterson has a minor shoulder separation. So tonight it's Andrew Toles, the rookie, in center field. 1-1. Toles is an interesting guy. He's moved his way up all the way through their system in half a year. He began the year in A-ball at Rancho Cucamonga, where he hit .370. Went to AA Tulsa, did well there. Played just 8 games at AAA with Oklahoma City, and is now getting his first big league experience. Just turned 24 years old back in May. A high bouncer to Segura at second, and not able to get the tag as Kendrick is in at third. Yasiel Puig did a good job there of tap dancing to delay that play, so they're only able to get 1.
Toles' speed really messed up that play for Gene Segura. The idea was he was going to run in, chase Puig back toward first base, and then throw on to first, and then subsequently you get Puig caught in a rundown. But Toles was streaking down that first base line. Gene Segura realized they weren't going to get the out at first base, so wisely took the force at second on Yasiel Puig.
That's a fielder's choice. 4-6 if you're scoring at home.
Yeah, 62 stolen bases in a minor league season back in 2013 for Toles. I don't know if he'll run with Brandon McCarthy at the plate, but certainly something to keep an eye on for the rest of the ball game.
Kendrick at third, Toles at first, 2 down for the pitcher McCarthy. 0 for 3 as a hitter this year. Starts him off with ball 1.
No, he doesn't.
Here we go again.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Toles takes off, got a good jump, and he'll get second easily. Let's check these pitches now.
Should be 0-2.
Those are 2, well, at least 1-1
any
minimum.
part of the ball catches any part of that box, it's considered to be a strike.
Well, Toles with a stolen base is first in the big leagues. Now a single, scores 2 runs with McCarthy ahead in the count. 2 balls and no strikes. There's a strike at 93, and it's 2-1. These are the moments that we really saw the maturation in Archie Bradley last Sunday in San Francisco. Every time he got in trouble, and it happened in nearly every inning, he was able to pitch his way out of it, and trying to do that same thing right here. There's a strike, and it's 2-2. Pitch 2 was a ball. Pitch 4 was a strike. I guess got 2 of the seams. 40 pitches, 21 strikes. Called strike 3. There it is. First strikeout for Bradley. He strands 2 and keeps it scoreless.
D-backs home run tonight means a free jumbo jack tomorrow at participating Jack in the Box locations with the purchase of a large drink.
Well, Archie Bradley got a big strike 3 call from plate umpire Lance Barrett, able to strand runners at second and third and keep it scoreless as we start the home half of the second. With Jake Lamb leading it off against Brandon McCarthy, it'll be Lamb, Castillo, Tomas, 4, 5, and 6 for the Diamondbacks. McCarthy worked a 1-2-3 first with a couple of strikeouts. Jake hitting .294 and leading the Diamondbacks with 20 home runs and 62 RBIs. That OPS good for 4th best in the National League. He leads the league in slugging percentage. And a couple of hits last night drove in a run. And the Dodgers have the shift on. Corey Seager, the shortstop, will handle the left side all by himself. Boy, Jake has been the consummate cleanup man as of late. 11 RBIs in his last 12 games. Two and 0. Five homers in those last dozen games. Breaking balls in there for a strike. 2 and 1. Brandon McCarthy, the former Diamondback, facing the D-backs tonight for the first time in his career. The only team that he has never faced prior to tonight. Now he's back even 2 and 2.
Sports oddities. You know how much I love those.
Well, you're the king of sports oddities.
This is Jake Lamb's 294th at bat of the season. He's batting .294.
That is weird, wild stuff. Are you what is that, numerology?
Absolutely not.
Well, he's worked the count full 3 and 2.
See if he takes a walk here. It's not an official at bat, and I can use that again next time.
Save it. Put it in the old file. Your staff is really working hard.
Ooh. You don't see Jake back leg a swing like he did right there. He intended to do some serious damage. Lift that ball in the air to right field, fouled it straight back.
Goes the other way with it. Howie Kendrick in left field at the track, at the wall, and it's off the wall. Jake Lamb's at it again. He'll stop at second. That's double number 20. So now he's got 20 homers and 20 doubles.
Oh, numbers everywhere. Attaboy Jake. Drove that ball a long way to the left field corner. Howie Kendrick was shaded over toward the gap in left center a little bit. That pitch strays off the plate away. Jake has to make an adjustment in mid-swing and barrels it up to the opposite field.
Just off the bullpen fence out there. And he's in scoring position to start the second inning for Wellington Castillo. Beef 267 and 10 homers. 1 for 4 last night. He singled and struck out twice. Good chance we see Tuffy Gozawish behind the plate tomorrow. Looks like Chris Herman may have to go on the DL with that hamstring. They're still not sure yet, but that's a possibility as we move forward. 1 o'clock start tomorrow. There's Chris. There's Tuffy.
I think everybody thought with the All-Star break and the 4 days without putting any stress or strain on that hamstring, getting some treatments, that Chris Herman would be able to bounce back and just continue doing the things he was doing. But obviously it bothered him last night on a swing, and DL is a possibility.
And Robbie Ray. Tuffy's caught Robbie Ray a couple of times now too. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. 1-1 on Castillo. Broken bat. McCarthy is there. Lamb is in at third, and that's the first out.
productive out. Not exactly what Wellington Castillo had in mind, but that ground ball to the right side moves Jake Lamb up to third base with only one out in the inning.
Yasmani Tolas El Tanque had a single last night, 1 for 4, and they're at 253 with 13 home runs. Trying to get that runner home from third with 1 out. Situational hitting. Big crowd here tonight. Those D-backs everywhere. 20,000 sombreros handed out before the ball game. Luis Coronel concert following our game tonight. Infield in for LA. There's a strike.
Yeah, you see how deep Andrew Toles is playing in center field. This is our first look at him defensively this year. He plays a very deep center field.
Shaded over near the pool in right center. Kendrick well off the line in left. Tomas goes the other way, and he's down 0-2. Struck him out. Third strikeout for Brandon McCarthy. And now it'll take a 2-out hit from Brandon Drury to get Lamb in from third.
McCarthy, a big guy out there at 6'5", and he really gets that ball going on a downward plane, working the bottom of the zone. He can be a very tough customer.
Brandon batting .268 with 9 home runs. All kinds of room up the middle. Seager, the shortstop, shaded over near the line. Curveball's in there for a strike. 0-1. McCarthy has thrown first pitch strikes to each of the last 3 hitters. He's got the first 2 out. All that room up the middle for Brandon Drury. Pitches for McCarthy, 21 strikes. Bounces that one. Grandal keeps it in front, and Lamb stays put at third.
Real nice job by Grandal with the runner at third base. He knows that breaking ball is coming, and he knows there's a good chance it's going to end up in the dirt. So his primary thought after he gave the sign to Brandon McCarthy was, as soon as he lets the ball go, block it. If it happens to get there in the air, you can still catch it from your knees, but get down there and make sure that 0-2 breaking ball doesn't get past you.
A roller that stays fair, and it's off the glove of Turner. Now they're saying foul ball. Dan Isoni down there was the last umpire to signal. Not his call till it gets to the bag. He can hit him in the foot. Let's see.
Got him on that front foot. Oh, right on top of the foot. He's got that ankle guard up a little bit higher. That one hit below the guard, however.
So now if Brandon McCarthy is trying to get out of this inning, he's going in there again, right?
Yeah, you would think so. That pitch was off the plate inside. See Brandon Drury react like that. We've seen him foul the ball off that front foot quite often. That's why he wears that guard.
Reaches out and laces it right back to the mound, but McCarthy's there, catches it on the fly. Jake Lamb a leadoff double, but they cannot get the runner in, and it stays scoreless. Third inning, D-backs and Dodgers, no score. Time for the Coors Light Cold Hard Facts. As Archie Bradley takes the mound, looking for a guy to go at least 7 innings. It's been a while for the Diamondbacks. 21 consecutive starts by D-backs pitchers under 7 innings. As Chase Utley leads off the LA third. And you wonder why there's a 10-man bullpen.
Yeah. Over the last 15 ball games, the Diamondbacks starting pitching has averaged 5 1/3.
Utley flied out his first time up. Shift is on. 1-1.
Archie got off to a good start in this ball game. In the first inning, he threw first pitch strike to 3 of the 4 hitters he faced. He had 2 0-2 counts, and then we had that lengthy delay as Dale Scott had to come out of the ball game behind home plate. Lance Barrett put the gear on, a 17-minute delay, and Archie in the second inning did not throw a first pitch strike to the 5 batters he faced.
Drives it the other way, left center. Drury won't get there, and it's off the wall. Utley stumbles coming around first, and he is in there. A leadoff double, his 15th of the year.
Chase Utley later in his career is more likely to hit the ball to the opposite field than he was earlier. Lazy fly ball to left in his first at bat. This time he drives it over the head of Brandon Drury for a leadoff double.
Well, the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the second got a leadoff double and could not get the runner home. We'll see how the Dodgers do here. Utley at second, nobody out for Corey Seager. Seager flied out to left his first time up. Archie again behind in the count, 1-0. Corey Seager just killing the ball right now. Over his last 25 games, he's hitting .350. Hard to second. Utley will get him at third. Segura throws him out, 1 away. That'll bring up Justin Turner, who walked his first time up.
Third baseman Justin Turner.
So they get the lead man on right away. They get him over. And as they always say, the key in baseball: get him on, get him over, get him in.
And Diamondbacks got Jake Lamb on. They got him over, but unfortunately, Tomas and Drury could not get him in. Archie once again up against it.
Stranded runners at second and third in the bottom of the second. He's got Utley at third now with 1 out. And here's Turner. In there for a strike at 93, 0-1. There's another guy who's really picked up the pace at the plate lately, Justin Turner. Turner last 30 games has hit .325 with 10 homers. He's knocked in 25 runs in those last 30 games. That one's a dying quail that drops in for an RBI single. Well, as you always say, a little buzzard luck right there for Bradley.
Yeah, they made a good pitch, jammed Justin Turner badly, but he just floated it out there into shallow right field for a base hit. I had a hitting coach tell me very early on in my career, good hitters get those kind of base hits. They keep the bat in the strike zone for a long time. Occasionally they're going to get jammed. Occasionally they're going to hit it off the end of the bat. But when you make contact, at least it gives yourself a chance.
50 pitches now for Archie. Only 27 strikes. A run is in. And here's Adrian Gonzalez. Diamondbacks have the shift on again. Gonzalez has hit safely in 4 straight games, 6 of his last 7. One and one. It's kind of like the runs Archie gave up in San Francisco when the first 2 hitters in the ball game for the Giants reached on balls that arguably both should have been caught. They both came in and scored the only runs he gave up.
Against a guy that was throwing a no-hitter into the 8th inning, you know you've got to be perfect pretty much after that beginning of the ball game for Archie, and he pretty near was.
Yeah, Span led off with a single that dropped in front of Brandon Drury in left field. Pagan hit one over the head of Michael Bourne to the wall in center. Giants got the 2 runs, and a Posey single and a Crawford sac fly. After that, Archie put up goose eggs. Turner takes off. Here's the throw from Castillo, and it rolls away. Stolen base for Justin Turner, his 2nd this year.
We call those, when the Diamondbacks do it, a Dave McKay stolen base. Justin Turner just took off while Archie Bradley was still standing on the rubber. Went ahead and delivered the ball to home plate. Even with a quick release, Wellington Castillo had no chance to get Turner. Watch him just take off before Archie even lifted that front leg.
Well, the good news is Archie's ahead in the count 1-2. Castillo and Bradley will have to get together. Archie really working up a lather out there. These are the spots where you look for the growth, the maturity that we saw Sunday in San Francisco. Archie said the thing he liked about that game against the Giants Sunday was he was able to make pitches when he needed to. And something he can definitely use as a learning point, something to grow on. And we're seeing that growth right here tonight. He pitched against the Giants what seemed like a more mature ball game, and you can almost see him out there learning on the mound, processing those adjustments. And the more comfort, the more familiarity he has with these situations, Bob, I think you're going to see better and better results the way he's pitched.
Yeah, ideally you get to the point where you're not pitching yourself out of a jam every inning. That's the ultimate goal. But in order to get to that, sometimes you have to put yourself in these situations and get yourself out of the situation.
Still 1-2 with Turner at 2nd.
We were talking before the ball game about Archie's fastball. It's usually in the 92-93 range, but for some reason it must look quicker to the hitters. I mean, Adrian Gonzalez is as good a fastball hitter as there is in the game. And he just fouled one straight back at 93, a little bit tardy on it.
This is chopped to second. Segura will come in from the outfield grass. And they throw Gonzalez out as Turner moves into 3rd. Do you think that's because they know that he can throw that curveball for strikes and has been?
I think that helps. When you can command a secondary pitch, it tends to get the other team off of your fastball. They have to just see what you throw and then react to it. And like I said, his fastball appears to be quicker than the velocity that shows up on the radar gun.
And we had seen him much earlier in the year get up consistently 95 with that fastball, but now it's settled more in the 93-ish range. Grandal, the catcher. Shift is on again. Nick Ahmed will go to the first base side of 2nd. Jake Lamb near the bag at 3rd. Grandal walked to lead off the 2nd inning. There's a strike, 1-1. Come on, man.
Flip a coin.
The number 2 is further outside the number 1. Well, we'll take it. You can see why the hitters get frustrated. I mean, You know, you watch a guy and he starts mouthing off and you want to say, get back in there and hit. But, you know, a lot of times these guys have a point, like right there. He hasn't thrown a strike yet. He's ahead 1-2.
Preaching to the choir, brother.
Yeah, I know. You've converted me. What can I tell you? I'm all in. You hear that, Phil? I'm all in. That's our director, Phil, the Iron Horse Mollica. Good to have him back from the beach.
This consecutive game streak up to 2.
Yes. We're going to have to give him a day off. We kid because we love. 1-2 count. Hits it right to third. Archie Bradley at least able to strand Turner, but the Dodgers get the first run on Justin Turner's RBI single. They lead it 1-0.
Top half of the inning, we head to the bottom of the third. 1-0 Dodgers. Time to take a look back at baseball history, brought to you by Geico. You know my affinity for catchers. Well, back in 2010, Bengie Molina became the 8th player and the first catcher since 1900 to hit a grand slam, single, double, triple in that order in the same game. Now, he hit the triple in the 8th inning, and he just now caught his breath.
Always nice to play America's favorite game, Name That Molina. And tonight we're looking for Bengie. The correct answer is Bengie. Nick Ahmed will lead off the bottom of the third against Brandon McCarthy, who's now got a 1-0 lead. Chase Utley a double to lead off the third. Justin Turner the RBI single. Ahmed, Bradley, and Segura 8-9-1 in the Arizona third. Nick singled, stole a base, scored a run last night. Curveball's in there for strike one. Ahmed 221. He's homered 4 times. That's bounced over the head of Turner. Long throw for Seager. And Ahmed just does beat it out. Boy, he has a knack, Corey Seager, of making all of those plays close.
His ability to get to that ball and unload quickly. No step at all. Just got the ball in his glove. Fired it across on a hop to Adrian Gonzalez, but Nick beats it out for an infield hit.
Second straight inning in which the Diamondbacks have had the leadoff man reach with a base hit. And now here's Archie Bradley batting in the 9th spot tonight. Chip Hale had these 2 guys reversed in that game Sunday against the Giants. Nick was hitting 8th, or Archie was hitting 8th, and Nick 9th. But now they flip-flop tonight.
We're expecting Archie to put down his 3rd sack bunt of the season here, and If indeed he is bunting, got to push it to the right side.
Here comes Turner in from third.
I say that ideally you bunt the ball to the right side because Gonzalez is going to get a late break from first base, whereas Justin Turner from third is about halfway to home by the time the ball is delivered. I mean, you can still deaden the ball out in front of home plate and advance that runner to second base, but your intention is to bunt it to the right side of the field.
Gonzalez comes in from first. Archie pulls back, and it's ball one.
With some of the Diamondbacks pitchers that swing the bat a little better, you might see Chip take the bunt off right here and give him one swing at it, figuring that McCarthy's going to try to throw a strike. Zach Greinke's a guy that I would turn loose in this situation. Got the Dodger infield all broken up as everybody's charging and breaking the cover bases.
Oh, they got Nick Ahmed dead to rights. Quick move by Brandon McCarthy, and Ahmed is picked off.
That is a huge no-no right there. You're willing to give up an out to move that runner into scoring position. You cannot get picked off.
Was he going on first move there, Nick?
It looked like maybe they had something on McCarthy and Nick was going to just try to straight steal the base, but regardless, you just cannot get picked off in that situation.
So 1 out, a 1-1 count on the pitcher Bradley. Talked about fundamental baseball. The Diamondbacks far too often lately have not played solid fundamental baseball. They got the leadoff man on when Lamb doubled in the second, couldn't get him in, and now the leadoff single in the third is picked off. And Bradley strikes out. 4 strikeouts for McCarthy. 2 down.
For the Diamondbacks, that's the 35th time this season they've had a runner out on the bases.
Now, is some of that going to be collateral damage if you're going to be uber aggressive out there?
Absolutely. I was just about to say that you know, when you're going to take some chances, you're going to guess that a guy's throwing home. You might have something in his delivery. Well, if he changes his delivery and you run into an out, that's collateral damage. But 35 on the season, most in the National League, they're not all collateral damage.
Strike one to Gene Segura, who grounded out in his first at bat. Brandon McCarthy ahead 0-2. His third start following Tommy John surgery, and he's pitched very well so far. McCarthy made his return from that surgery July 3rd against the Rockies at Dodger Stadium. Gave up only 2 hits in 5 scoreless innings and had 8 strikeouts. His previous start was last Saturday. Beat the Padres in LA. Allowed 3 runs on just 3 hits in 5. And as you might imagine, only 3rd start off the surgery. He's not going deep into ball games. He's thrown just 72 and 77 pitches in his 2 starts so far. Two and two. Brandon in the 2nd year of a 4-year, $48 million free agent contract the Dodgers gave him before last season. He's only been able to make 6 starts. Boy, dropped that curveball in there and buckled Segura. 5 strikeouts for McCarthy, who leads it 1-0. As we start the fourth inning, time now for a look at our Quicken Loans Rocket Arms, the team leaders in strikeouts among the healthy pitchers, those who aren't on the DL for either side. And it's a look at our pitching matchup tomorrow afternoon. Robbie Ray for the Diamondbacks and Kenta Maeda for LA. Clayton Kershaw on the DL right now, although he threw a simulated game today at Dodger Stadium, and they expect Kershaw back next week. Here's Howie Kendrick, and he looks at strike one from Archie Bradley.
Yeah, there was a story that Clayton Kershaw, as you mentioned, threw a simulated game against hitters at Dodger Stadium, and I wondered who the hitters were.
Good question.
I couldn't find anybody that could give me an answer.
Well, don't you just have like I don't know, extra guys, clubbies, or whoever you can get, bullpen catchers?
Not a real good gauge of where your pitcher is throwing against guys that are used to doing laundry.
That's a good point. Fair point. Well, I mean, as long as Clayton Kershaw feels fine, I'm sure that the results don't really matter.
Right.
But the good news for the Dodgers is he will not need a minor league rehab start. He just had to throw a sim game, and he's good to go. Dodgers are also without Alex Wood, who's on the 60-day DL with a triceps problem. And they've been without Brett Anderson all year after back surgery, although Anderson may come back, they think now. They thought for sure he'd miss the entire year. But he's progressing very nicely for LA. They just got Ryu back. They just got McCarthy back. So they're getting healthy at the right time. Kendrick, boy, what a pain in the neck this guy is. He dunks it into right center. He's 2 for 2. Howie Kendrick has now got a 10-game hitting streak here at Chase Field, and during that streak he is 17 for 35.
Some of them are hit hard, some of them not so hard. That one right off the trademark of the bat, just a little floater over the head of Gene Segura into right center field. Michael Bourn with a slight bobble out there, but no advance by Kendrick.
He gets to talk to Goldie again. Here's Puig. Get into a fielder's choice in his first at bat. Dodgers have had the leadoff man on base in each of the last 3 innings. This is skied high. Right field for Yasmani Tomas. One pitch, 1 out to Puig.
Puig feels like he ought to hit every pitch out of the ballpark. He gets frustrated when he doesn't make good contact, and this is not good contact.
Well, you want him to care, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're one of these Dodger people.
But you definitely will drive yourself crazy if you expect to make solid contact every at bat. It just doesn't happen.
Andrew Toles, the rookie center fielder. Chops that one fair. Here goes Goldie. 3, 6. They can't get it. Bradley's there, but Toles runs really well, beats it out. He's a little guy. He can fly.
He really does. Gets out of that batter's box quickly and then showcases that blinding speed. Nick does everything he can. Archie's over there to cover the bag, but Toles just streaking down that first baseline. Too much time had elapsed to even have a chance to get him at first.
Good job by Archie to get over there. He was there in plenty of time, right where he's supposed to be. So it's 3-6 on the putout at second, 2 down, Toles at first, and here's Brandon McCarthy, the pitcher. Quick move over there. Bob Davidson says he's okay.
Well, that's a good time to snap a pick throw over there. As you're looking in for the sign, many base runners will get out there and try to peek into the catcher to see where he's set up, or maybe even pick up a sign. And if you see off-speed pitch, either a curveball or a changeup.
You got Balk and Bob Davidson at first. We've seen Archie get called for that once earlier this year, not taking the foot off the rubber before he motions over to first. And now he's getting the explanation from Dan Isonia. But it looked like it was Davidson who made the call at first. And here comes Mike Butcher. Does he take the foot off the rubber first and then move over? No. He hopped right off the rubber. That's a balk.
Boy, that's what speed brings to the game. 2 outs in the inning. You've got the number 8 hitter on at first base with the pitcher at the plate. And because Toles has the kind of speed, he's already stolen 1 base in the ball game. All the attention was on the base runner at first, and Archie balked in an attempt to pick him off first base. Now he's in scoring position.
Now, I know that you don't want Toles to go wherever he wants, but at that point, would you tell Archie in his maturation process, look, you got 2 outs, the pitcher's up there. Let's focus on 38 at the plate.
Get the guy at the plate.
But you're right. Speed disrupts everything. Makes people nervous, makes them quick.
Changes the pitch calling, changes the defense, changes everything.
First pitch to McCarthy is in there for strike 1. Struck out looking at his first at bat. Big night at the ballpark. Los D-backs Fiesta de la Familia. Luis Coronel concert following our ball game tonight. Big crowd, Dodgers and the Diamondbacks. 20,000 D-back sombreros handed out before the ball game. There's a roller right to second for Segura. Good job by Archie Bradley. Avoids trouble. He keeps it a 1-0 ball game.
Longworth, and I'm joined now by University of Arizona head baseball coach Jay Johnson, and coming off the Wildcats' wild and exciting run through the World Series, what stands out to you now that you've had a couple of weeks to reflect and probably recover a bit from that game as well?
I'm very proud of our team. It's an amazing accomplishment when you talk about a program like Arizona that's had great tradition to win more games in a season than any team in the last 30 years, and to make it to Omaha and to the national championship game is something they'll remember for the rest of their life, and I'm really proud of them.
And I'm not just saying this because I'm a former Wildcat, but the nation was enjoying watching your games. You could see the fun these players were having out there. When did you recognize you had that talent, and how did you keep that loose atmosphere out there? Because you guys were picked to finish 9th in the Pac-12, and look what you did in Omaha.
Well, you know, it was probably the right pick at the beginning of the season based on how everybody else looked. But, you know, we try to focus on the play, and it's not always the team with the best players, but the team that plays the best. And our team had a great mindset, game in and game out, played with a lot of consistency, and were a lot of fun to work with.
And it was a lot of fun to watch, guys, and we all know that one person who had his eyes on that game, that was, of course, Chip Hale, former Wildcat. You had a chance to hang out with him today. I hope you guys are having fun together at the game, and we'll see you on Post Game Live.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Well, you win 6 straight elimination games in that event. That is outstanding. And there he is with Chip before the ball game. A couple of U of A Wildcats right there. Michael Bourne leads it off for the Diamondbacks. A one hopper right to Gonzalez. But U of A went down in that decisive 3rd game against Coastal Carolina. And Chris Owings' brother Connor, who played outfield for that team, the Chanticleers. Goldie struck out to end the first, his first time up.
Goldie looked a little hesitant in that first at bat. A check swing on a called strike, and then took a third strike. For him to be a little bit more aggressive in this at bat. Took a hack at that first one.
Homered here last night, knocked in 3 runs. McCarthy ahead 0-2. Curveball got him that time. McCarthy, who, as we mentioned a moment ago, can only really get into the 70s in terms of his pitch count, coming off Tommy John, just his 3rd start, has done a good job tonight of remaining efficient out there. About to throw his 50th pitch of the ball game. He's got Goldie all messed up.
And really just doing it with 3 pitches. The 2-seam fastball that'll run inside a little bit to a right-handed hitter. The cut fastball that'll work away from a right-handed hitter, both in the low 90s. And then that big curveball.
50 pitches, 36 strikes. That one's well hit, and he dunks it in front of Kendrick for a 1-out single. Well, he got his pitch that time. And a chance for Jake Lamb, who doubled to lead off the 2nd inning, but was left at 3rd base. 20 homers for Jake, and now 20 doubles. Dodgers will put the shift on with 1 out and Goldie at first.
Yeah, the difference is they put Justin Turner in the position you would normally see the 2nd baseman with a pull shift. He comes from 3rd base all the way over to the hole on the right side of the field, leaving Chase Utley close to the bag at 2nd and Corey Seager on the shortstop side of 2nd base. That's the 3rd baseman playing over there.
And he's the closest to the first base bag, so he hits it right there. It's a 5-3 putout. One and one. Talked about Jake's clutch this year, which is something that drives the sabermetric people crazy. If you can't quantify it, they say it doesn't exist, but he's hitting .344 with runners on base. Goldie got a good jump to throw from Grandal. And they got him. Goldie seemed to hesitate about halfway to the bag right there. Almost a little stutter step. And it may have cost him. What about somewhere in there? He kind of took almost a half a step.
And Goldie looking back at home plate the entire time. That usually indicates a hit and run. And as the runner, you want to see what the action is at home plate. Look at Goldie looking over his left shoulder the whole way to 2nd base. Normally on a straight steal, he just puts his head down and runs to the bag.
Yeah, he didn't really hit top speed until he was halfway to 2nd base, it seemed. 2-1 on Jake, now 2 outs. And he hits it right into that shift. There's Utley, the 2nd baseman, and he throws him out. We are through 4. Diamondbacks trail the Dodgers 1-0. The fifth inning, Diamondbacks trail the Dodgers 1-0. Hey, D-backs fans, if you can't catch the games on TV, you can now stream them live on your mobile device with the all-new Fox Sports Go app. You can download the app and take Fox Sports Arizona and D-backs baseball with you wherever you go.
Second baseman, Chase Utley.
Big crowd here tonight, a Saturday night in downtown Phoenix, Arizona. And for the third time tonight, Chase Utley will lead off an inning, the leadoff man for LA. Utley, Seager, Turner, 1, 2, and 3 in the fifth against Archie Bradley.
Archie starting to mix it up a little bit more. First time through the Dodgers order, it was mostly fastballs. 33 fastballs, 6 curves, 2 changeups. Second time through the order, only 18 fastballs and 10 curves with 3 changeups. Starting to mix in a few more of his secondary pitches.
Diamondbacks again will go into the overshift on the right-hand side for the left-hand hitting Utley. You can see near the second base bag, that's your third baseman, Jake Lamb. You mentioned it. There's a knuckle curveball in there for strike one. There's Jake, the third baseman, right behind the second base bag.
Archie, 73 pitches into this ball game, has yet to record a swing and a miss.
That's a foul ball. Well, nice if Archie could get a little more efficient here as we get into these middle innings and try and get through that seventh and break that streak we showed you earlier. 74 pitches right now as we start the fifth. It foul. I mentioned this last night, I think, just before the break. Chase Utley had a 6-hit game for the Dodgers. They lost in 14 innings against the Orioles, but Utley was 6 for 7 with 2 doubles. That's a good week for some guys. But other than that, Utley has had a quiet month at the plate. He hit just .209 in June. And he doubled in the third tonight. That's just the third game this month in which he's hit safely. Still a very tough out at the age of 37. Curveball missed 1 and 2. Well, there have been times this year when Archie's been at his best, where that curveball has been a real weapon for him. Throwing it for strikes when he wants to, keeping it down in the zone, getting guys to chase. Starting to throw it a little more here. That was the changeup, and Archie gets his second strikeout. That's been the third pitch, the final part of that arsenal, and it looked good there.
Very first swing and a miss of the ball game for Archie Bradley comes on a straight changeup.
Shortstop, Corey Seager.
So that's where that pitch can really be effective. When you've shown a hitter your fastball on both sides of the plate, you've elevated it, you've thrown it down in the zone, he's seen your knuckle curve, but he hadn't seen a changeup yet. That time Utley swings right through it.
Corey Seager. Archie missed wildly that time. 80 pitches now, 50 strikes. Seager 0 for 2. Corey Seager's home runs this year have seemed to come in bunches. He's homered just twice in his last 27 games. Last time we saw the Dodgers, he was on a home run tear. He homered 12 times over a 29 game span from the middle of May to mid-June. Reaches out and slaps that down the other way down the left field line. Drury over to cut it off, and Seager has a double. His 24th double of the year with a 1 out.
Just good hitting that time from Corey Seager. Took a tailing fastball. He did hit it off the end of the bat, but got enough of it to drive it down into that left field corner for an extra base hit.
Well, now you got to deal with Justin Turner again. Turner has walked. He's got an RBI single. Seager at second, one out. And once again, Archie Bradley finds himself in a spot in which he needs to make some big pitches. Good start. There's a strike. Lance Barrett back there for the injured Dale Scott, says strike one. Working with a three-man umpiring crew here. We lost our plate umpire in the bottom of the first inning. Took a foul ball off the mask. So Lance Barrett moves from first base to behind the plate. There's another strike, and it's 0-2. Let's have a look. Is this a strike? Well, so far, according to Fox Tracks, it should be 2-0, but it's 0-2. We'll take it. It's an inexact science.
Oh, boy, is it ever. Archie's faced 21 batters in this game. 15 of them have been out of the stretch.
Well, he's had a lot of luck now with that knuckle curve and changeup. Let's see where he goes here in 0-2. Fastball. Went back to the fastball. 1-2. I would have thought maybe with that changeup he threw to Utley, or the curveball that he's thrown a lot lately, go to one of those two pitches right here. But so far with Turner, strictly fastballs. This is lifted in the air, deep right field. The Osmani Tomas on the track, and he's got it. Seager goes back to the bag and tags up for third.
Hey fans, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code D-backs50 at papajohns.com.
Seager at third, two down for Gonzalez, who's 0 for 2. D-backs have the shift on. Jake Lamb will stay put near the third base bag with Seager over there. Nick Ahmed on the first base side of second. Segura out there in short right. Hits it right into the shift. Ahmed is there, and Archie Bradley wiggles off the hook one more time. He strands the one-out double and keeps it a 1-0 ball game. Always a popular stop here at Chase Field. We're joined in our booth by the lovely Mike and Vanessa, who are hawking more items here. You guys have got something that's coming up tomorrow. Also, I'll start with you, Mike, who's modeling our beautiful D-backs back-to-school backpack. First 5,000 kids at the game tomorrow afternoon get that one. And then the lovely Vanessa has, this is our first look now at the Zach Greinke bobblehead. That's a courtesy of Safeline Auto Glass, coming up at the ball game Saturday, August 6th. That's the D-backs and the Brewers, one of Greinke's former teams. I think that kind of looks like him too.
It does. You know, sometimes the bobbleheads look nothing like the subject. This one looks just like Zach. It's pretty good.
Now, I thought you were not supposed to talk.
Sorry, but I wrecked the Penn and Teller rule. She's holding the bobblehead, so she gave me the duties.
Yeah, I think that's good teamwork right there. Did you now? What do you guys got going on after the game? You going to watch Luis Coronel?
Nice.
No, that's no good.
Yeah, Coronel. Do it again.
I can't.
Do it.
Coronel. That's about as close as I can get. I've just listened to you. That's how I learned.
Yes, we're going to stay to watch him. Did you see his first pitch?
Yes.
Yeah, he almost killed the poor photographer. Maybe we'll have to dig that out of the archives.
It was his photographer, so I guess that's okay.
Oh, it was his own guy.
His own guy.
All right.
He's asking for it.
Well, Luis seemed to blame Ruby De La Rosa for not standing up and catching it, but it's, you know, miscommunication.
Ruby's on the DL. You can't risk any further injury.
Good point. See, that's how a manager thinks right there.
Good job.
Here's Wellington Castillo. Let's take a look now. Break this down, Vanessa. What do you see here?
Red shoes.
Did you not see this?
I did, but
Okay.
you know, it's a different angle.
See, I was looking for some analysis there, and all you did was go,
I can't give you any play-by-play with that. You know, maybe he was mad at his photog earlier.
Yeah, bad
maybe
picture.
He did something,
Maybe he got
so then
maybe he
he's like,
didn't
you know
catch his good side of the face.
Yeah, he's like, you're going to get it, and he got it.
Well, he's a handsome kid. I mean, he doesn't have a bad side. Like
No,
you
he
guys.
doesn't.
Neither one of you guys has a bad side. That's why you're the lovely Mike and Vanessa.
I'm Vanessa's bad side.
Well, that's a fair point.
Pretty much.
The lovely Mike and Vanessa, as always, guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
So the backpack tomorrow, fans. Don't forget, back to school coming up. First 5,000 kids, and then the Zach Greinke bobblehead is August 6th. You can get your tickets for both those games at dbacks.com. Always enjoy our visit from the lovely Mike and Vanessa. I think we have to raise Mike's game. I think he gets a bad rap. Yes, he went. Bob Davidson rings up Castillo. That's 6 strikeouts for Brandon McCarthy.
Well, we might be seeing the best that Mike has to offer. That's
It didn't look like he went right there. Yeah, I mean, when you're going to work with Vanessa, let's face it, you're not going to be the headliner.
the bar is set pretty high.
Yes, it is. As Manny Tomas struck out his first time up. Those guys do a great job here at the ballpark.
Of course, here on Sombrero night at the ballpark, they've alerted the fans several occasions. You know, be courteous to the people sitting behind you.
High fly ball, deep right center. Tolles at the wall, and he's got it. The rookie center fielder makes a terrific catch up against the pool. Andrew Tolles.
Not a tall guy, but shows some springs out there on the warning track. You can see him hold up his right hand to call off Yasiel Puig, who jumped up on the fence anyway.
Well, he seemed to have a really good sense of his surroundings there. He knew where the wall was. He knew Puig was coming in at him. Never panicked right there. That was a pretty good play.
Good outfielders use their feet to sense where they are on the field. We talked about that warning track, and it's a different surface, obviously, than the outfield grass. And when you go from the grass onto the warning track, you sense that underneath your cleats. You know how close you are to the wall, and Tolles timed his leap perfectly.
Now you can see the shift on the left-hand side of the infield for Brandon Drury. I've had outfielders tell me that warning tracks don't help all that much because there is no uniform length or distance of the warning track. Some are longer, some are shorter, so you never quite know. Just because you feel dirt, okay, I've got 2 steps, I've got 3 steps, you don't know.
Well, that's why you come out during batting practice. You'll see the outfielders go out to their position and shag balls off the bat so that they get an idea from ballpark to ballpark how much room they have once they make contact with that warning track.
It is interesting. You think you could make that, regardless of ballpark dimensions, you could make a uniform warning track distance. There's a strike, and it's 1-2.
You know, another thing, for years we've measured a leadoff at first base by the cut of the grass over there. But every cut of the grass is different from ballpark to ballpark. So that's not even a true judgment of how far you should get off the bag on your leadoff. In some ballparks, you'd get picked off every time if you went out to the cut of the grass.
Now, why do they have such a wide cut of the grass here at this ballpark? That's an excellent point.
That's a good question.
I remember the days where you used to have the dirt squares on the artificial turf infield, and you could always tell when a guy had Willie Wilson would have 1 foot on the turf and 1 foot on the dirt.
Sometimes 2 feet on the turf.
Yes.
Just subtle differences from ballpark to ballpark, and once again, that's why you have batting practice. That's why a lot of times when you go on a road trip, the first day in town, the visiting team will come out early. They'll get to the ballpark at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, come out on the field, check the outfield fences. Where are the angles? Where is the ball likely to make a funny bounce? They check the area behind the backstop in case a pitch gets behind a catcher. And you check all those things on the infield.
Well, Brandon McCarthy pitching another good ball game. He's got 7 strikeouts and a 1-0 lead through 5. Trail the Dodgers. The D-backs Live VIP guest analyst continues tomorrow. Hey, Phoenix Mercury guard Diana Taurasi is back. Mercury have a game tonight, in fact, just a block or so away. And it's back Tuesday. Dan Marley, Thunder Dan, Thunder and Lightning BB will be back. Wonder if
nice.
Todd Walsh is working that ball game. Dan will be here Tuesday. GCU's basketball coach. Tracy Smith, ASU's baseball coach on Wednesday. D-backs Live VIPs. Presented by Nissan all month long on Fox Sports Arizona. Yasmani Grandal, the catcher, leads off the LA 6th. And there's a strike from Archie Bradley. Archie getting ahead in the count more often now at 90 pitches, 58 for strikes.
We talked about this Dodger lineup last night. When they're clicking on all cylinders, it's a very deep, explosive lineup. But Diamondbacks have done a nice job against Seager, Gonzalez, and Grandal. 3 guys that have been swinging hot bats going into the All-Star break. Each held to 1 hit in the ball game last night. Seager 1 for 3 today. Gonzalez 0 for 3, and Grandal at the plate right now 0 for 1.
And Grandal already with 5 home runs in July. He's got 6 homers in his last 10 games. But Archie's ahead 1-2. So the Mercury are playing tonight. Diana Taurasi will be here tomorrow. Sanderson Ford bullpen. The lefty Zach Curtis will start warming up. Thunder Dan Tuesday. Thunder and Lightning are back. Now, by the way, I haven't had a chance to check in with your staff yet. How are we doing on doing the ball game from the home run porch on Tuesday? Because if it's Tuesday and we can make that happen, we can be out there with Dan Marley too, as Archie strikes out Grandal to open up the 6th.
Well, confidence is high that we're going to get the opportunity to go out there.
So confidence is high that we can broadcast the ball game Tuesday against the Blue Jays from right there on the home run porch.
There's still a few logistical issues to work out, but
wow,
looking more and more like we're going to get an opportunity to be right where those fans are.
I'm very impressed that your staff was able to spearhead that through. D-back sombreros handed out to the first 20,000 fans here at the ball game tonight.
Those are some customized sombreros right there.
Howie Kendrick 2 for 2 with a pair of singles, and again Archie throws a first pitch strike. When will we get to final confirmation? Can I expect that tomorrow?
Let's see how it goes.
All right, I don't want to push it.
I'd like to give you a definitive yes.
Sure. This is driven deep to center field. Michael Bourne going to have to play it off the wall. Howie Kendrick 3 for 3, and he is in there at second. Boy, this guy is something else. That's his 14th double, now with a 10-game hitting streak here at Chase Field, and during that streak he is 18 for 36.
He hit a hard line drive off the glove of Gene Segura for his first base hit, then a little cue shot off the trademark of the bat, but this ball is blasted to straightaway center field. Turned Michael Bourne around, realizes he's got no chance to catch that ball, so plays it off the wall and gets it back in quickly to hold Kendrick to a double.
Kendrick had 3 hits and a walk last night. Tonight he's 3 for 3, 2 singles and a double. He's in scoring position with the 1 out for Yasiel Puig, who's 0 for 2. Chopper to third. Lamb will look him back to the bag and throw him out. 2 down. Puig again swings at the first pitch.
Hey fans, MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you have come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Includes a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details.
So if you're watching the game on your phone using the app on Tuesday against the Blue Jays, you could maybe be watching us broadcast from the home run porch out there in right center. If the Brenly committee can get that through, what do you call that? Fast tracking it. Fast track it through the bureaucracy or whatever.
Once again, confidence is high.
All right. Well, McCarthy is on deck, first base open and 2 outs, so they'll give Tolles the free pass and the work to the pitcher.
Thank goodness for Yasiel Puig. These Dodgers have seen a lot of pitches per at bat in this ball game, with the exception of their right fielder Yasiel Puig. He saw 2 pitches in his first at bat and 1 in each of the next 2 at bats.
How are we looking? So Tolles gets the intentional 2-out walk, and here comes McCarthy. Archie now just over 100 pitches. Zach Curtis still warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. You've got lefties coming up next in Utley and Seager.
Just as a point of comparison with Yasiel Puig, Chase Utley has seen 17 pitches in this ball game, 6 in his first at bat, 4 in the second, and 7 in his third.
That's how to get it done. Kendrick at second, Tolles at first, 2 outs. Archie trying to get through 6. Ball 1. McCarthy has struck out looking and grounded out, 0 for 2. Howie Kendrick 18 for his last 36 in this ballpark. Back-to-back 3-hit ball games. 1-1 on Brandon McCarthy. Fastball away, missed, and it's 2 balls and a strike. On the bag for the force on Kendrick, and once again Archie Bradley strands Dodger base runners and keeps it a 1-0 ball game. D-backs Fiesta de la Familia, a 1-0 ball game as we start the bottom of the 6th inning. Time for our Arrowhead Honda game diagnostic inside the Diamondback box score. So far they've been out hit 6-3 and trail at 1-0. Brandon McCarthy, just his 3rd start coming off Tommy John surgery. He went only 5 innings in each of his first 2 starts. Both times he got the win. He's 2-0. And so for the first time post-surgery, he's out there to start the 6th inning. He has not walked a batter tonight, given up only 3 hits, and he's got 7 strikeouts.
He's looked pretty good. I mentioned it a couple innings ago, just doing it basically with 3 pitches, a sinking fastball, a cut fastball, and an overhand curve. He will change speeds on that overhand curve from time to time, but basically just kept the ball out of the middle of the plate with movement.
In his first 2 starts off the surgery, he threw 72 and 77 pitches. He's at 68 right now, as Nick Ahmed leads off the 6th. Pitcher spot is after that, and it looks like Phil Gosselin in the on-deck circle will hit for Archie Bradley.
Something of a victory here tonight. Over the last 17 ball games, this is only the 2nd time that the Diamondbacks have not allowed a run in the 4th, 5th, or 6th inning.
First pitch swinging is popped up first base side. Utley will take it with Gonzalez behind him. A quick first out for McCarthy.
You may remember a few weeks ago, Chip was talking about settling down the middle of the ball game. That had really been an issue for the D-backs pitching staff, but Archie Bradley able to tap dance around some trouble in the middle innings tonight.
Well, the longer your starters can go deeper into the ball game, the less the middle innings become a problem. Everything just sort of feeds off itself that way. Phil Gosselin now will hit for Archie Bradley. Phil at .268 with 1 home run. He struck out as a pinch hitter last night. Boy, Bob, I saw the same things from Archie tonight that we saw in San Francisco Sunday. He pitched out of trouble every time he needed to. He was able to really make pitches in critical spots. All part of the growth process. 0-2.
I mentioned twice in the last 17 games a clean 4th, 5th, and 6th, and both those came with Archie Bradley on the mound.
Archie tonight walked 3. 1 was intentional, struck out 3. Gave up just 1 run on 6 hits in 6 innings. But he leaves the ball game trailing 1-0 unless the Diamondbacks can get a run across right here. Gosselin's hit the ball well lately. .318 over his last 15 games. This is in the air. Left center. Tolles. There's a lot of ground out there. 2 outs.
Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
Here's Gene Segura, who's 0 for 2. Boy, you look at Brandon McCarthy. You say sometimes in life timing is everything. Here's a guy who 2 years ago really struggled with the Diamondbacks. 3 wins and 18 starts. The ERA was over 5. But in early July that year, he was dealt to New York for Vidal Nuno. And McCarthy, on the cusp of free agency, really responded. He won 7 of his 14 Yankee starts, pitched to a 2.89 ERA. After his trade to New York, he went 4-0 in his first 5 starts, and he parlayed that into a $50 million free agent deal with LA.
Timing is everything.
I mean, you go from 3 wins and 18 starts to, hey, here's $48 million. Come pitch for us. Okay.
What a game. What a country.
And then, of course, last year he only made a handful of starts and went down with Tommy John surgery. Now he's back and pitching well. 1-2 on Segura. I mean, he went to New York. He was a whole different guy. 4-0 in those first 5 starts. They were raving about him.
He took some shots at the Diamondback staff for not allowing him to throw his cut fastball as much as he wanted to. And apparently the Yankees just turned him loose, told him to throw whatever he thought he needed to.
Well, Brandon McCarthy gets through 6 innings with 8 strikeouts and a 1-0 lead. As Roberts air conditioning and plumbing cool plays of the game. Archie Bradley able to keep his cool in big spots tonight.
Yeah, really pitched out of jams all night long. Gave up only the 1 run after the leadoff double by Chase Utley in the 3rd inning. They were able to chase him around there. Justin Turner with an RBI single, but Archie once again another step forward. Really starting to show a lot of poise and taking advantage of his experiences earlier this season makes him a better pitcher today.
So now as we start the 7th inning here at Chase Field, our Arizona Federal Credit Union pitching change is the lefty Zach Curtis. 16 big league appearances this year and a 4.50 ERA. We got a couple of lefties leading off the inning for the 7th for the Dodgers. It's Utley and then Seager.
Archie held the Dodgers to a 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position today. The one was that Justin Turner RBI base hit back in the 3rd.
Jake Barrett will start warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. So you figure that Curtis will get these first 2 guys in the 7th inning. Shift is on for the Diamondbacks again against Utley. His double in the 3rd is 15th of the year. It's been an up and down year at this level for Zach Curtis. Gave up runs in 4 consecutive appearances last month and had to be optioned to Double-A Mobile. Came back July 8th and has made a pair of scoreless appearances since his return from the minors. There's a strike, 1-1. Little lefty, 5'9", 192 out of Middle Tennessee State, where he was a starting pitcher. And as a collegian, led the nation in strikeouts the year he was drafted 2 seasons ago. 136 strikeouts in 114 innings. He's a Blue Raider out of Middle Tennessee. Grew up in Hendersonville, Tennessee. 6th round pick by the D-backs just 2 years ago.
Another sports oddity. Chase Utley is the leadoff hitter for the Dodgers tonight, and there's really only one guarantee you're going to lead off 1 inning for sure. Chase Utley has his 4th at bat. He's led off 4 times in this game.
I'm kind of surprised that in the National League with a pitcher batting 9th, that doesn't happen more often. You are full of sports oddities tonight. Your staff working overtime. Sky high pop up away from the shift, so a long run. Galman has it in foul ground, and that's the first out. Good job by Zach Curtis. Now we'll try and get Corey Seager.
Shortstop, Corey Seager.
Seager doubled his last time up. He's 1 for 3. Of course, his older brother, Kyle Seager, is a very good third baseman for the Seattle Mariners. Brother's a $115 million player. Yes, he went, says Dan Iasonia. So if Kyle Seager got $115 million, what do you think Corey Seager's going to get down the line?
My, I'd like to be his agent.
Dad's not going to have to worry about a new car.
I just want to see the wiffle ball games at family reunions.
Good call. There's a chopper right back to the mound. Zach Curtis comes in, gets 2 good lefties. And now we'll see with Jake Barrett warming up if Chip Hale wants to go get Curtis and bring in his right-hander. There's Jake, the ASU Sun Devil. I think he's wondering the same thing. Am I coming in? There's the sign from Garvin Alston. He's ready. But nothing from the D-back dugout as of yet, so Curtis will face the right-hand hitting Turner.
You've got the left-hand hitting Adrian Gonzalez after Turner, and then the switch hitter Grandal that you would much prefer to have up there as a right-handed hitter. So he's just going to roll with Zach Curtis here and hope he can get through this inning.
Turner has walked, had an RBI single and flied out. Hello. Tried the corner and missed.
Boy, with that big leg kick that Turner features, and he didn't get his foot down very quickly that time. That's a helpless feeling when you're a batter standing on one leg and that ball is coming inside. Quickly dance out of the way that time.
Wellington Castillo quickly out to the mound to calm down his rookie lefty. Remember, Turner's coming off surgery on that left knee. That's his front knee there. It's been a nagging problem the last couple of years. Chronic knee pain. Last July, he fouled the ball off the knee. That caused a bone bruise, led to a whole bunch more damage in there. They went in there and found a whole big chunk of cartilage had broken off in that knee and had been floating around inside for a while. He spikes another one. Turner's got his tap dancing shoes on up there. Well, he's really trying to go down and in, but you can see Zach getting upset. Just can't find the spot. He's behind 3-0.
You saw Zach show a little frustration missing on that 2-0 pitch to run the count to 3-0. I'd prefer just to let the hitter think you're throwing it in there on purpose.
Getting the overstrike is in there. Why is that?
Well, I mean, you're out there shaking your head, frustrated with yourself because you didn't hit your spot, but the batter doesn't know that. All Justin Turner knows, maybe Zach Curtis is trying to hit him in that front knee.
Trying to move him off the plate.
Yeah.
3-1 pitch. Arm on the slider there. Zach is a former starting pitcher, has 4 legitimate pitches. He's not one of these 2-pitch situational lefty guys. He's got 4 pitches out there.
And Turner just made up his mind he was going to swing in self-defense that time. Ball bounced up there.
Can't hit me in the leg if I hit it with the bat. Turns into a cricket match. Full count, 3-2.
Another slider upcoming.
Tried to backdoor him, but he missed. So a 2-out walk. Second walk of the ball game drawn by Turner, and here comes Gonzalez. Jake Lamb will move over now from third base to the second base bag, along with Dan Ison. You see the umpire there, middle of your screen. A 3-man crew. Gonzalez tonight 0 for 3. He is 1 for 8 in the series. Left-hand side of the field wide open for the Dodgers cleanup man. And he hits it right at Tomas. It drops in front. A walk and a single with 2 outs will bring up Yasmani Grandal. And as you mentioned, Bob, you want Grandal hitting from the right-hand side. He's got 12 homers this year, but 11 has come as a left-hand batter. And here comes Chip Hale.
He's already made the sign of the bullpen for Jake Barrett.
He has indeed. We'll be back after this. The left-hand pitcher, Zach Curtis, faced the right-hand hitting Justin Turner, thinking that he would let Curtis then face the following 2 lefties, Gonzalez and Grandal, who's a switch hitter. But instead it's Jake Barrett on, and they will allow Grandal to hit from his power side, the left-hand side, with 2 on and 2 out.
Well, Chip obviously saw something from Zach Curtis he did not like, didn't want to risk one more at bat. The way Jake was spraying, or Zach was spraying it around rather, so he goes to his righty, Jake Barrett. Now, as a bullpen takes shape over the course of the year, certain guys find themselves in certain roles because of what they have done in the past. And for Jake Barrett, it's been a little bit of an issue with inherited runners. 14 out of 29 have scored.
He has done very well when he comes out to start a clean inning, but when he inherits situations just like this, he has struggled with that first hitter especially. And in this case, it'll be Grandal. But Jake has pitched very well lately. He's given up only 1 hit in his last 5 appearances. See the splits on Grandal. 12 home runs on the year, 11 as a left-hand batter. Justin Turner is the runner at second. Adrian Gonzalez at first with 2 outs. Barrett behind 2-0. Howie Kendrick, who they just have not been able to get out in this series, is on deck. 3 hits last night, 3 hits again tonight. Wants Castillo to run through the signs one more time. Slider missed and it's 3-0.
Stop that time by Castillo. I think he was caught by surprise by that pitch.
Got to be careful with Grandal. Behind in the count this deep. He's got 6 home runs in his last 10 games. Fastball's in there at 95.
Grandal knows better than to argue. He's gotten his share of these pitches for his Dodgers pitchers tonight.
He started walking down to first. Lance Barrett, the plate umpire. Misses with a 3-1, and the Dodgers have the bases loaded with 2 outs for the red-hot Howie Kendrick. Here comes Mike Butcher. 3 straight have reached for the Dodgers, all with 2 outs. Howie Kendrick has reached base safely in 7 straight plate appearances. Has been a thorn in the side ever since he became a Dodger, but especially this season and in this series. Last night, 3 hits and a walk, drove in a run and scored twice. Tonight, 2 singles and a double, and is 18 for his last 36 in this ballpark. Bases full, 2 down. Good pitch from Barrett, and it's 0-1.
Dodgers were 2 for 5 in the ball game last night with the bases loaded. The grand slam by Taylor, and also a 2-run single.
Not a lot of speed on the bases. Turner at third, Gonzalez at second, and Grandal the catcher at first. 0-1 on Howie Kendrick with 2 outs. Foul. Jake ahead 0-2. Big crowd here tonight, nearly 39,000.
got a few pitches to play with here if you so choose to against Howie Kendrick. You can push him off the plate with a fastball, try to bounce a breaking ball in the dirt, see if you can get him to chase.
Mike Butcher, Chip Hale, Glenn Sherlock. Trying to keep this a 1-0 ball game. Swing and a miss. Jake Barrett, he got him. He leaves the bases loaded. And we stretch at Chase Field. It's still 1-0.
Bobby Freeman.
$9,000 on a Saturday night in downtown Phoenix, watching a good ball game. It's 1-0 D-backs, and Dodgers are Lowe's home field advantage. Michael Bourne, the last 8 home games, is at almost .390.
And a lot of his outs have been hit right on the button.
And he will lead it off in the bottom of the 7th inning against the new pitcher for the Dodgers. Ask your doctor about Libator. Adam Libator, the left-hander, is on to face Bourne as we start the home half of the 7th, his 39th appearance. And look at these numbers, a 0.61 ERA. He has been outstanding.
Just ridiculous. Since May 20th, 24 ball games, has not allowed a run. Opponents hitting .086 against him.
D-backs have been out hit 7-3. They trail it 1-0. Good job there by Zach Curtis and Jake Barrett to end the Dodger threat. Now Bourne leads it off for the Diamondbacks. He's 0 for 2. Turner creeps in from third. There's a strike.
We talk a lot about momentum in the game of baseball, and you'd like to think that the momentum from getting out of that jam in the top half of the inning will carry over to the bottom half here offensively for the Diamondbacks.
Looks like Joe Blanton may be warming up in the Dodger bullpen, the right-hander. So this might be Libator's only batter. He's ahead 0-2. There's the veteran. Done a good job working out of the LA bullpen this year. Oh boy, Libator makes short work of Michael Bourne. We'll give him the 7th inning with a left-hander Lamb coming up behind Goldie. Goldie so far has struck out single. Jake on deck.
These are those situations as a manager where you roll the dice. You try to go with your lefty through a tough right-handed hitter like Paul Goldschmidt. Occasionally it can backfire on you.
That's why it's nice to go right, left at the top of your order, 1 through 4, like the Diamondbacks have tonight. A Goldie single, a Lamb double, an Ahmed single, the only hits for the Diamondbacks. Hard to believe the way we've watched Goldie lately, that on May the 8th he was hitting .220 for the year. But since that day he's hit .338. Back up to .300 for the season. He started the ball game at .298. Knocks that one foul, and it's 1-2. No active player has more home runs against the Dodgers than Paul Goldschmidt. 24 home runs in 83 games against LA. Grandal wanted that one down and away, and Liberatore almost threw it to the backstop. It's 2-2.
Part of the reason Dave Roberts is willing to roll with Liberatore is the fact that righties are 0 for 18 since the middle of May.
This guy's just good against anybody.
Yeah.
You got a 0.6 ERA. You're doing something right. Blows it by Goldie. A pair of strikeouts for Liberatore. Now he'll work to Jake Lamb.
They get 0 for 19 over that stretch with 13 strikeouts. Oh, what a luxury to have a left-hander that's tough on lefties and can get out right-handed hitters.
Guy's a weapon. Dodgers will put the shift on as Turner moves all the way over again from his third base spot to the second base spot. That's him right near Gonzalez. Utley, the second baseman, stays close to that bag with Seager all by himself on the left-hand side. That's quite a shift when you go from playing third base to right field.
I could see why they did it with a runner on first base, so you'd have your second baseman and shortstop close to the bag at second in the event of a possible double play ball. But with nobody on base, it would seem to make more sense just to move Utley over into the hole, shallow right field, and put Turner at the second base position.
Well, they got 17 GMs in their front office, all their analytics people. They must know something. They hit it right to Turner. The third baseman throws him out from right field. Liberatore 1-2-3 7th. It stays 1-0.
Fans, it is time to take out your Arizona Diamondbacks Foundation.
on the scoreboard 1-0 as we head to the top half of the 8th inning. Hey fans, we invite you to participate in Gila River game nights by signing up at one of the interactive kiosks right here at Chase Field during any Diamondbacks regular season home game.
Good ball game here. Diamondbacks trail it 1-0 as we start the 8th inning. And the new pitcher for the D-backs, the right-hander Daniel Hudson, 37 appearances this year. That ERA as recently as June 21st was 1.55. Now, however, as you see, it's 4.91. Huddy has had a rough time of it as of late. In his last 4 innings of work, he's given up 17 hits and 15 runs.
You go back to the outing in Colorado when he didn't have his slider. That happens to a lot of pitchers at Coors Field, but his fastball has been explosive in the mid to upper 90s consistently, just making a lot of mistakes over the heart of the plate, and when they hit it, they find grass.
Huddy has been scored on in 5 of his last 7 appearances. He'll face Yasiel Puig to lead off the LA 8th. Puig has been hacking at the first pitch almost all night long. He's 0 for 3. .95 is in there for strike 1. D-backs GM Dave Stewart quoted in the media yesterday as saying he has received interest from other teams about acquiring pitchers Patrick Corbin and Robbie Ray. But Stu said he has no interest in trading a starting pitcher right now. He did say, however, that he is listening to offers for both Tyler Clippard and for Daniel Hudson.
Well, that's the unfortunate situation the Diamondbacks find themselves in, looking up at the rest of the division, on the cusp of looking forward to next season.
Brad Ziegler's already been moved to the Boston Red Sox. That one is bounced foul. But Huddy is due to become a free agent at the end of the year. It's his first opportunity. And it was the same for Brad Ziegler, Bob. And unless you can have some kind of ironclad guarantee that you will get something or get them back, well, you have a responsibility as an organization to protect your interests and see, okay, if we can't guarantee that Huddy will be back here, we need to see what we could get for him, because you don't want to just lose him for nothing. And that doesn't mean he can't re-sign back here as a free agent.
Yeah, not out of the question that you trade Daniel Hudson at the deadline and then try to re-sign him in the offseason.
So we'll see how it goes. Huddy throwing hard at 97, but it's 2-2 on Puig. And of course, Daniel, before he had the Tommy John issues, turned down that very team-friendly extension from the previous regimes. And he sort of had that hanging over his head, a big payday. He'll have an opportunity after this year. And with his guts, if you're a team in a pennant race that needs a key arm late in the ball game trying to get into the postseason, this is a guy you look at. He's a big time pitcher. That one's in the dirt. The count is full on Puig, 3-2. Missed at 96, a leadoff walk. Hey fans, mark your calendars for the 5th annual alumni game coming up Saturday, August 27th. This year's alumni game will start at 2:30 in the afternoon, plus the first 20,000 fans get the D-backs pullover. That's courtesy of Sanderson Ford. You can get your tickets at dbacks.com/alumni. You going to be involved in that again?
Confidence is high.
That's all I can get out of you tonight.
I enjoyed my role as the commissioner last year.
Fortunately, there were no disputes.
No.
Except Gonzo may be trying to bunt for a base hit again or something.
As the commissioner, I just go from dugout to dugout depending on who has the lead.
It's very political, I understand. You want a controversy-free administration, please. Diamondbacks bullpen is very busy right now. They'll get a couple of guys up and throwing. Looks like Edwin Escobar has started to throw, the left-hander. There's a right-hander warming up down there as well.
We got those lefties at the top of the order once again as we roll around here. Scott Van Slyke has moved out into the on-deck circle and would hit for the pitcher spot. And then you've got Utley, Seager, and Gonzalez separated by Justin Turner in the 3-hole.
Escobar and Burgos. Toles shows bunt and fouls it off.
I would assume that Andrew Toles, a big part of his offensive game, especially at the minor league level, was his speed and bunting for base hits. Sometimes in a sacrifice situation, however, guys aren't as comfortable. Craig Counsell was a guy that was more comfortable bunting for a base hit, so in situations like this we'd tell him to go ahead and try to bunt for a base hit.
Toles making just his 3rd start this year, all in center field. 0 for 2 with a walk so far tonight. 3 for 10 on the season, his first look at the big leagues.
Move there by Daniel Hudson, designed to see if the Dodgers would tip something right there. Would Toles shorten up on the bat and show that he's going to bunt again on the 1-1 pitch? Would the runner at first tip something off, but that time nothing doing.
1-1 on Andrew Toles. Jake Lamb still in on the grass at 3rd. Swings away but fouls it off. A 96-mile-an-hour fastball, and Huddy's ahead 1-2. Escobar the left-hander. Burgos the righty. Part of that 10-man Diamondback bullpen. Puig at first, nobody out. Missed with a changeup, and it's 2-2. Andrew Toles, an interesting story. Tampa Bay released him last March. He was drafted by the Rays out of the University of Tennessee in 2012. He was out of baseball virtually all last year before he signed with the Dodgers in September. And now here he is in the big leagues. Player with whom Dodgers personnel boss Andrew Friedman is familiar from his days in Tampa Bay. He's the GM that drafted Toles out of Tennessee. A 3rd-round pick in 2012. Full count, 3-2. So Huddy has worked it full to the first 2 batters he's faced here. He walked Puig. And a 3-2 to Andrew Toles.
A little bit of a flinch that time by Yasiel Puig. I'm assuming he's going to run on this full count pitch to Toles.
Well, the rule is 2 for flinching, right? So you got to throw over there again. Pitcher spot up next. Scott Van Slyke in the on-deck circle.
I'd love to see a strike him out, throw him out right here.
Two for flinching. George Lombard coaching down there at first. The 3-2 pitch. There goes Puig, fouled away. Puig has not run a whole lot this year. He was out for about 3 weeks with a left hamstring problem. 4 for 5 in his stolen base attempts this season. The hamstrings have been a consistent problem for him so far. Puig goes again, and again Toles fouls it off. Hitting straight heat from Daniel Hudson on a full count. Puig suffered that left hamstring strain during the first week of June. He was out about 3 weeks. Came back June 21st. Since he's returned his last 20 games, he's hit better than .330. On first tonight with a leadoff walk here in the 8th. One more time on 3-2. He goes again, and again Toles fouls off a hard fastball from Daniel Hudson. Can see why the Dodgers would want this guy in their system after Tampa Bay cut him loose. He runs well, plays a good center field. He's made a nice catch out there.
I'm thinking about Toles and Chris Taylor last night. Both run extremely well. Something we haven't seen from the Dodgers for a long time.
Puig again at strike 3, and there's your strike him out. Throw him out. Daniel Hudson strikes out Toles, and Wellington Castillo throws out Yasiel Puig. 2 down.
Castillo gets rid of that ball so quickly. Puig once again trying a trick slide down there at second base, but he is dead to rights, right on the money to Gene Segura, who's just waiting for the Dodger right fielder to get to the bag.
And that pitch by Huddy was right at the knees. Too close for Toles to take, certainly. Well, they had Scott Van Slyke out in the on-deck circle. They will recall him. And you'll get a look at a former D-back draftee at Zach Walters, who was just called up today from the minor leagues. They had to put Trace Thompson on the DL with a lower back problem. So here's Walters, who will hit for the pitcher. He's a switch hitter. Mound visit for Mike Butcher. Zach Walters drafted by the Diamondbacks with a 9th round pick in 2010 out of the University of San Diego. He was traded a year later to the Nationals in exchange for pitcher Jason Marquis. Washington eventually moved Walters to Cleveland in a deal for his Drupal Cabrera, and the Indians sold him to the Dodgers in April. Now here he is.
And Walters hit his 10th home run of the season for AAA Oklahoma City last night against the Reno Aces.
How about that? We saw him actually, BB. You may remember this, the day we played a doubleheader at Cleveland a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Walters had a home run in that game for the Indians against the Diamondbacks. Pulls that one hard, and Goldie is there. Catches it on the fly. Daniel Hudson erases that leadoff walk and keeps it 1-0.
Alongside our VIP guest analyst today, U of A head baseball coach Jay Johnson. We saw Zach Walters there getting at bat. You recruited him to San Diego. But you know what? In the post-game show, we're going to break down the pitching. Excellent starting pitching in this game. But for you, the difference was the execution of the offense so far.
No doubt. Both these guys threw the ball really well. The Dodgers had an opportunity, runner on second. Nobody out cashed in. The Diamondbacks did.
Yeah, all right. And hopefully the D-backs offense gets going, can throw some runs up on the board here. Guys, we'll see you after the game.
All right, guys, thanks very much. Look forward to that following our ball game here. Wellington Castillo with the Diamondbacks down 1-0, a lead off the home half of the 8th inning against the veteran Joe Blanton on for the 44th time this year. And he's been very good back in that bullpen for LA, a 2.09 ERA.
A new niche for Joe Blanton. The guy's been a starter throughout his career, but has found a home in that Dodger bullpen this year.
Castillo 0 for 2. He has grounded out, struck out. D-back still with just 3 hits. And Welly right now fighting his way through a 2 for 23 skid. Can't check his swing. That's in there for a strike. Curveball got him, and it's 1-1.
In 5 games against the Diamondbacks the last 2 seasons, Joe Blanton has not allowed a run in 6 2/3 innings. He's held the Diamondbacks to an 0.95 batting average. Throwing a lot more breaking balls as a relief pitcher than he ever did as a starting pitcher.
Just saw a good one on the previous pitch. He's got a funny sort of toe tap, Bob. It's almost like, dare I say it, I don't think Joe Blanton's ever been described as a ballerina, but it's sort of like a little ballerina toe tap.
Yeah, it's almost like he's starting from a stretch position, but he has that little step back with the left foot ever so slightly to start his motion. Right there.
And he sort of got that Corey Guerin leaning on the lamppost Marlena Dietrich thing. Big crowd here tonight, 39,000. Saturday night in downtown Phoenix, Los D-backs Fiesta de la Familia. And a 1-0 ball game in the 8th. With 2-2 to Wellington Castillo. Just inside. It's hard two-seamer from Blanton. The count is full 3-2. Well, he's due to drive one out of here sooner or later. Instead, he looks at the breaking ball. There's that slider. You mentioned it, Bob. More breaking balls, and that was another good one.
He's got 2 breaking balls that he can command in the strike zone or bounce them in the dirt when he wants to. The big over-the-top curveball and that hard, sharp, late-breaking slider.
Now it's Manny Tomas, 0 for 2 tonight. Swings at the first pitch. It's a roller right to Utley. Tomas 0 for 3, 2 down. Brandon Drury. Brandon 0 for 2 tonight to start in left field. Blanton misfires with another breaking ball, and it's 1-0 on Drury.
The thing about a guy like Joe Blanton is you never really have a predictable fastball count. He might throw that breaking pitch, either the slider or the curveball, in any count.
And he could get ground balls with that sinker when he needs it too. Missed with a slider, and it's 2-0. Saturday night at Chase Field. Same 2 teams tomorrow, Robbie Ray and Kenta Maeda. Lost the handle on that curveball. Brandon ahead 3-0.
2 sliders and a curveball so far in this sequence to fall behind 3-0.
Not a guy who doesn't have a lot of faith in his fastball against a guy who can turn on one here.
Well, either that or he has a lot of confidence in his breaking stuff. Slider on a 3-0 pitch.
That's why he feels good about those pitches.
And Brandon Drury's got to be a little more disciplined than that. Whether that pitch was a strike or not, it really shouldn't matter. There's no way you look for a slider 3-0 on the outside corner of the plate. That's not a pitch you want to swing at.
Ball 4, a 2-out walk, and there's the tying run. The hitter will be Nick Ahmed. Pitcher spot behind that. Ricky Weeks Jr. coming out now from the D-back dugout. First walk issued by Dodger pitching tonight. Nick is 1 for 2. He singled in the 3rd. Blanton starting to get a little sloppy with his breaking stuff. He's behind 1-0. In front on a slider, and it's 1-1.
Not a big sweeping breaking ball, very subtle, but just enough to get it off that bat.
In the seats. One and 2 on Nick Ahmed. Boy, he is relentless with that breaking stuff, the curveball and the slider. Base hit. Nick Ahmed 2 for 3, and here comes Ricky Weeks Jr. Good at bat by Nick there.
To extend his swing a little bit to get to that pitch on the outer part of the plate. He finds that hole in the left side of the infield and gets Ricky Weeks to the plate here this inning with a chance to do some damage.
Ricky Weeks Jr. 243 and 5 home runs. Struck out as a pinch hitter in last night's series opener. Up there, down 1-0 with 2 on and 2 out in the 8th. Ricky Weeks Jr. 42 plate appearances as a pinch hitter this year. He's batting an even 200. Brandon Drury at second. Nick Ahmed is the runner at first. Big cut by Weeks, and it's 0-1. Slider got him. 0 for 10 career against Joe Blanton. 1-1. Tying runs at second. Go ahead runs at first with 2 outs.
Boy, ideally your approach against Blanton as a right-handed hitter is to go the opposite way. Everything he throws is moving away from the right-handed hitters. If he happens to hang one over the inside part of the plate, Rickie Weeks is plenty quick enough to get to it.
Still got that bat speed, those quick hands and wrists. Look out. That one almost killed Gene Segura. Segura sneaks up from that on-deck circle and stands almost directly in the right-hand hitter's back pocket, and he almost had his head taken off that time. Segura had to hit the deck. There he is.
He gets knocked down into batter's box. He gets knocked down in the on-deck circle.
Keeps getting up. 1-2. Blanton so far 20 pitches, 10 balls, 10 strikes. There's no way you're thinking that, all right, maybe this is the pitch where he sneaks that little fastball in there at 91. You got to be looking breaking ball, right?
With 2 strikes, you just have to protect. You've got to be ready to hit anything, but I'd be shocked if Blanton threw him a fastball in the strike zone. He could elevate one, maybe try to push him off the plate, but he's not going to throw a fastball anywhere Rickie Weeks can get a bat on it.
There's a tap of the shortstop for Seager. And the Diamondbacks strand 2. Well, head to the 9th. They still trail it 1-0. Coming up after the ball game tonight. So for the 39,000 fans who are here, they'll be enjoying that one. What's Next brought to you by CenturyLink. We'll be enjoying this one tomorrow. In the series finale, a 1:10 start. Kenta Maeda on the mound for the Dodgers against left-hander Robbie Ray. An off day on Monday. Then the Blue Jays come in for 2 games Tuesday and Wednesday. 9th inning in a 1-0 ball game. Here's Tyler Clippard, 36 appearances and a 2.97 ERA. Boy, he has pitched really well. 41 strikeouts, only 29 hits allowed in 33 1/3 innings.
Man, what a shock. Tyler Clippard will face Chase Utley leading off for the 5th time in the ball game.
Well, he is the leadoff man.
I guess so.
And the pitcher spot has made 4 outs tonight for LA. So here's Utley. So far he has doubled. 1 for 4. Shift is on again for the Diamondbacks. Got some good news from the minor leagues just in. Chris Owings on that AAA Reno rehab stint, 2 for 2 with a triple through the first 3 innings tonight for the Aces. Peter O'Brien is homered, his 19th of the year. Chris Owings rehabbing at AAA Reno. David Peralta has a minor league rehab assignment with AA Mobile. They wanted those 2 guys in different spots so they wouldn't take too many at bats away from some of the young outfielders on both those clubs. Tyler Clippard behind 2-0. Fly ball along the right field line. Segura racing way out there, but Tomas calls it off. The shift was on. There's out number 1. Well, that's how Tyler Clippard makes his living, with fly ball outs.
Getting guys off balance with that split-fingered changeup. Utley just a little bit out in front of that one, skied it high in the air to right field.
Corey Seager now. Seager doubled in the 5th. He's 1 for 4. First pitch swinging, a slow roller to shortstop. Ahmed charges, throws him out. Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 9th inning will have the top of the order due up. Segura, Bourne, Goldie, Lamb behind him. Here's Turner now, who has walked twice. He's got an RBI single. Of course, the Diamondbacks, top of the order in the bottom of the 9th inning, will have to face the big man, Kenley Jansen, who is ready to go in the LA bullpen. Skipper Dave Roberts, his team came into the game a season high 12 games over 500. Turner takes again. He's ahead 2-0. Diamondbacks 12 and 33 versus the Dodgers since the start of the 2014 season. 3-0. Turner's already walked twice today. One of the reasons that Dave Roberts puts him up near the top of the order. You know, they go to him and say, hey, he's only hitting 250, whatever. Roberts said, look, the guy gets on base. I don't care what his batting average is. 3-1. Turner has really picked it up. He scuffled through much of the summer. His batting average was down to 220 a month ago. But over his last 30 games, he's hit 325 with 10 home runs. Sends that out to Tomas. A 1-2-3 ninth for Tyler Clippard. It'll be Segura, Bourne, and Goldie against Kenley Jansen coming up. Another very encouraging outing for Archie Bradley, who gave up just 1 run in 6 innings of work. Still the only run of the ball game so far. Diamondbacks have been out hit 7-4 as we start the bottom of the 9th inning in front of nearly 39,000 fans here at Chase Field. And on for Dodgers, well, it's the big man, Kenley Jansen. This guy is a handful.
He's a handful, and he's been on a roll of his own lately. His last 14 games, he's a perfect 10 for 10 in save opportunities in 14 and a third innings. No runs. Opponents hitting .065 against him.
Gene Segura 0 for 3. Michael Bourn 0 for 3. Paul Goldschmidt 1 for 3. Those are the scheduled hitters in the Arizona 9th.
For the D-backs, second baseman, Gene.
Well, last night the Diamondbacks score 7 runs and lose by 6.
How about that? It's a funny game.
It goes out and gives up 1 run. We said last night you ought to be able to win a game scoring 7 runs. Well, for Archie Bradley, you ought to be able to win a game giving up only 1.
D-backs have been out hit 7-4. They trail it 1-0 as we start the bottom of the 9th inning. Segura over his last 30 games hitting .347. Fastball misses in, and it's 1-0. Segura got that 7th home run last night. Already passed his total from all of last year. Lines it right at the shortstop. Seager is there. 1 away. Michael Bourn. Michael has grounded out, struck out twice. A couple of hits in the ball game last night, including a 2-run tripper. Turner creeps in from third, and there's ball 1.
Michael Bourn has any thoughts about bunting for a base hit, it should go to the first base side of the field. Kenley Jansen, a big dude out there, doesn't move real well, doesn't field his position real well. Bunt that ball hard right at Chase Utley and just win that foot race.
Want to take a guess at when the last time this ballpark saw a 1-0 game?
It's been a while.
It was the last game of the 2014 season. Cardinals beat the D-backs 1-0. Masterson over Colementer. That was the game in which St. Louis changed its entire starting lineup 3 minutes before the ball game.
Yeah, they found out that they had clinched a postseason spot, so they scratched all their starters, including the pitcher.
Adam Wainwright, they went down and tackled him. He was warming up in the bullpen, and suddenly the entire lineup changed. And that's why Major League Baseball very wisely last year changed that rule where all the games on the final day of the year start at the same time. So there's no sort of time zone advantage, allowing a team to do that. 1-2 on Bourn. Fastball misses up, and it's even 2-2. Michael Bourn hitting an even .300 in his last 16 games, all starts. 7 of those have been multi-hit games for Bourn. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Grandal wants it up. A little too high, and it's a full count. Looking for a base runner here.
We'll talk about Joe Blanton when he was in the game for the Dodgers. No such thing as a predictable fastball count. You can say that about Kenley Jansen. You're going to get a cut fastball. It's just a question of where. In, out, right down the middle.
Base hit. Bourn is the tying run with 1 out, and here comes Goldie. Paul Goldschmidt tonight has singled and struck out twice, 1 for 3. He has homered 7 times in his last 14 games against the Dodgers, including a home run against Kenley Jansen. Tying run at first with a 1 out. Winning run at the plate. Any possibility to start the runner here?
I think there's always a possibility. Jansen does not have a good pickoff move to first base. The question is whether Dave McKay and the Diamondbacks have anything on his delivery to home plate where you can get one of those monster jumps and ensure that you're going to steal the base.
Got to be sure, right?
Absolutely. You don't want to end the game with or get thrown out with Goldie at the plate.
Ball 1.
And Jansen will try to speed up his delivery with runners on base, especially potential base stealers, and that could work to Goldie's advantage. It's a large human.
Yeah, there's no doubt about where all the velocity comes from. Gets it way up in the air. This is in the rafters. Foul ground for Turner. 2 outs. That almost hit the roof.
As Harry Carey used to say, that's a home run in an elevator shaft. That ball was way up in the air. Just missed it.
Well, here you go with the National League slugging percentage leader. It's Jake Lamb, who doubled in the second. He's 1 for 3. And he is the last man standing, hitless in his career against the Dodger closer. Conference time at the mound for the LA infield. Jake has now hit safely, including tonight, in 12 of his last 13 games. During that stretch, he's got 5 home runs. Shift is on for the Dodgers. Turner, the third baseman, in shallow right field. Ball 1. There is absolutely nothing anywhere near the left-hand side of the field for LA. Look at all that room over there. Two outs. Anything down the line or in that left center field gap, Michael Bourn might score. Gonzalez wants a word.
With a left-handed pull hitter at the plate, Gonzalez wants to know when Kenley Jansen's going to come over to first base, because Gonzalez wants to get off that bag and back up a little bit to give himself some range with a left-handed pull hitter at the plate.
Bourn takes off. The pitch is a strike, and he's in at second. There was nobody near third base, and everybody in the Dodger infield reacted. That's the 8th stolen base of the year for Michael Bourn. He's the tying run.
Bourn gets a good jump. Jansen, as I mentioned, slow to the plate. You almost wonder if Michael Bourn had stayed on his feet and just turned the corner there at second base and kept on running, if he could have won that foot race to third base with Corey Seager.
Like you say, got to be sure.
Yep, he's in scoring position now.
With a 1-1 count on Jake Lamb. Bourn really doing a number on Jansen back there, jumping up and down, making all kinds of noise.
Well, there's nobody close to him out there at second base.
Seager, the shortstop, is over near the third base bag. Well,
Chase Utley's backing up into shallow right center field. Michael Bourn can get a big walking lead out there at second base. Should score on any ball.
With a guy that throws a cutter, a right-hand pitcher, is that any kind of an advantage for a left-hand hitter because it comes in at you, right?
Yeah, and with that in mind, we've seen Kenley Jansen throw 2 four-seam fastballs that stayed away from Jake Lamb, well off the plate away.
You got that pitch coming in, boring in on your hands. As hard as he throws it, that's a lot to ask. 2-1. Down to their last strike. That's headed for left center. It's off the wall. Bourn will score. Jake Lamb is in there, and we're all tied.
Good battle by Jake Lamb. Let's take a look at the pitch by pitch here. He starts him with a four-seam fastball well off the plate away. Throws that cutter in there for a called strike. Another four-seamer well off the plate away. Had a good rip at a 95-mile-an-hour heater, and then since everything had been away, Jake Lamb looked out there and drove that ball to the gap in left center for a double.
His second double tonight, his 21st on the year, and he's the winning run at second base with 2 outs for Wellington Castillo. And they're going to give Castillo the free pass here with Tomas on deck. Diamondbacks down to their final strike. Finally got the big hit, and it's a whole new ball game.
I think that's just smart hitting by Jake Lamb. He saw that Kenley Jansen, a guy that likes to throw that cut fastball in on the hands of a left-handed hitter, was just staying away. So Jake looked out there and drove that ball to left center field to tie the game.
Well, if you've been giving me your baseball oddities all night and your numerology, how about that? I'm going to file this under nice coincidence as they throw ball 4 here to Wellington Castillo. Diamondbacks have only 1 walk-off hit this year, and the author of that hit is coming up to the plate, Yasmani Tomas, who had a walk-off single back in April to beat the Cubs, and it looked a little something like this off Trevor Cahill, April 8th. So Yasmani has the chance to be the hero again. So far tonight, 0 for 3. Winning run is at second base with 2 outs. Chases at first pitch. Yasmani, the last time his batting average was over 300, May 16th. Since then, he's hit .211. Oh, 0-2.
It's so very important right now for Jake Lamb to get a really good secondary lead out there at second base. In the event Tomas puts that ball in play to the outfield, Matt Williams is not even going to think about stopping him at third base. Dodgers giving him a lot of room. Middle infielders are really split wide apart. Jake can get way off that bag.
Got him. Tomas strikes out, but the Diamondbacks get the tying run across. Jake Lamb's double has tied it at 1. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Feed it. We'll play extras on a Saturday night in front of nearly 39,000 at Chase Field. Tyler Clippard back out there to start the 10th inning. Adrian Gonzalez, Yasmani Grandal, and Howie Kendrick 2 up. 4, 5, and 6. The sharp end of the stick in the LA lineup. Gonzalez singled in the 7th inning against Zach Curtis. He's 1 for 4. Diamondbacks again will put the shift on for the left-hand hitting Gonzalez. Here's ball 1. Nick Ahmed all by himself on the left-hand side of the infield. Gonzalez really swinging the bat well as of late. He's hitting over .430 in his last 15 games. Laces that one fair to Goldie. Tyler Clippard's going to get over there and beat Gonzalez to the bank. 4 up, 4 down for Tyler. Now that's the first out in the 10th. Want to be careful here with Grandal, a fly ball pitcher, against a power hitting left-hander. Grandal has walked twice tonight, 0 for 2, the switch hitter. Left-hand side is his power side. Curveball's in there for strike 1.
It's a rarely used pitch by Tyler Clippard, but drops it in there for a called strike 1.
That's a big loopy 12-6 curveball too. Drops straight down. Wanted to go away, left it out over the plate a bit. Fly ball shallow left. Ahmed wants it. Calls off Drury. 2 down. Well, Howie Kendrick, they finally got him out. Jake Barrett struck him out to end to threaten the 7th inning. A huge strikeout for Jake. Kendrick tonight 3 for 4, 2 singles and a double. He's got 6 hits in the series. This guy was hitting .381 this month coming into the ball game, and he's 3 for 4. Doesn't get the high strike call from Lance Barrett as we work with a 3-man umpiring crew. We lost the plate umpire Dale Scott to a foul ball in the first inning. Kendricks at it again. He laces one to center. Michael Bourne knocks it down. And Kendricks 4 for 5. That'll bring up Puig. Puig walked his last time up. He's 0 for 3. Had swung at the first pitch in his 2 previous at bats, and then up against Daniel Hudson, who opened up the 8th inning, was very patient up there and worked a walk on a full count 3-2. So we'll see how he approaches Tyler Clippard here. Change up in the dirt. Puig over his last 20 games hitting better than .330. And he's at .259 on the year. Had a good night last night, Yasiel Puig. 3 hits, 3 RBIs. Howie Kendrick will run on you. He's 7 for 8 in his stolen base attempts this year. Coming at you. Pedro Baez, the right-hander.
Diamondbacks defensively in the outfield playing about as deep as you possibly can. An extra base hit is what they're worried about right now with Howie Kendrick on over there at first base.
Brandon Drury is almost on the warning track in left field. Dave McKay responsible for positioning the outfielders. Like a little bit of a debate right there between Castillo and Clippard about what pitch to throw.
Well, the advance report may say one thing, but Wellington Castillo is sitting behind home plate tonight as he was last night. He's seen every swing, every pitch that Yasiel Puig has seen so far in this series, and maybe they didn't quite agree on the next pitch in this sequence.
Well, we'll see who was right coming up. Kendrick bluffs and holds. Puig swings right through what looked like a split finger changeup from Clippard.
Yeah, you see that tumbling action on the ball. Yeah, Clippard has a lot of moving parts in his stretch position out there. He kind of looks over to first base as he begins into his setup position. He's already been called for 3 balks this year. We've had 1 already in the game, and balking Bob Davidson is over there at first base eyeballing it.
Perfect storm. Oh, jam shot pop up. Goldie's got it. Bottom 10 coming up. We're tied at 1 at Chase Field. Park at Chase Field. Los D-backs Fiesta de la Familia. The Luis Coronel postgame concert delayed just a bit as we play extra innings, and the new pitcher for the Dodgers, their 5th pitcher tonight, Pedro Baez, his 42nd appearance, a 3.12 ERA.
Another big-time arm out of that Dodger bullpen. Baez with a fastball, slider, changeup combination. You see 50 strikeouts in 43 and a third innings. Opponents batting 169 against Baez.
They'll face the lower third of the D-backs order. Brandon Drury, Nick Ahmed, then the pitcher spot due up. Diamondbacks off the bench have already used pinch hitters Phil Gosselin and Ricky Weeks Jr.
You have to assume Chris Herman is probably unavailable unless it was maybe a sacrifice fly situation. But there he is in the on-deck circle.
Well, we're told that he may end up on the DL after tweaking his hamstring last night. He had to come out of the ball game midway through, but there he is, helmet on, bat in hand. Drury, who walked his last time up, will lead it off.
Occasionally when you have a guy with a leg injury, you can get him in at bat sometimes with a runner at third base, less than 2 outs, and just ask him, try to get the ball in the air to the outfield. Don't worry about running.
Yeah, you got a runner on there for Herman. Take that. Doesn't matter if he can run or not. Just get the runner home. So we'll see how this works out. 1-0 on Drury. Well, after Kenley Jansen uses that mound, there's a big crater there. Whole ground just kind of sinks in.
That top of the strike zone has been really inconsistent for Lance Barrett. Well, Tyler Clippard throw one up there in the last inning, did not get the call. This time Baez does.
.97 right there for a strike, and it's 1-2. Good news from the minor leagues. We mentioned earlier that Chris Owings beginning a rehab assignment with AAA Reno is 2 for 2 of the triple. CO is now 3 for 3. And Peter O'Brien has hit 2 home runs for the Aces.
Just keeps getting better.
Baxter's got his extra innings outfit on. There's the Santa outfit. Two and 2 on Brandon Drury. Diamondbacks with only one walk-off win all year long. That came back in April when they beat the Cubs on a Yasmani Tomas single. Diamondbacks always feel like Brandon Drury is at his best at the plate when he's aggressive up there and not being defensive, but he's facing a very hard thrower with a 2-strike count. Got him. 98 miles an hour from Baez. Well, there's a little history between Nick Ahmed and Pedro Baez, BB. We set the Wayback Machine to Dodger Stadium. And there it goes off the bat of Nick Ahmed.
Didn't look like a home run swing, but he put it in a good spot, a line drive over that short fence right down the left field line at Dodger Stadium.
That was our first road series of the year back in the middle of April. 4 home runs on the season for Nick. He's 2 for 3 tonight. .98 right by him. 0-1. What a contrast between facing Joe Blanton one at bat and Pedro Baez the next. That's what Nick Ahmed is facing right here. He singled off Blanton in the 8th inning. All curveballs and sliders. Now he's dealing with 98 miles an hour. Chris Herman is indeed in the on deck circle. He would hit for the pitcher. Looks like Enrique Burgos is ready in the Diamondback bullpen. He would get the 11th inning if we get that far. Fastball misses up and Nick's ahead 2-1. Not quite ownage, but pretty good.
Not bad.
Especially against this guy. Oh, Lance Barrett, where was that?
Instead of 3-1, it's 2-2. Instead of taking a very aggressive swing at the next pitch, Nick's got to be on the defensive with a 2-strike count. Nice going, Lance.
Rolls it to Utley. 2 outs. Here comes Chris Herman. 3rd Diamondback pinch hitter in this spot, batting for the pitcher. We've seen Goslin, we've seen Weeks. Now here's Chris at 292 with 6 home runs. He's got a bad hammy.
No, don't expect a bunt for a base hit. He's looking to do one thing right here. Hit the ball in the air as hard as he can to right center or right field.
Well, he can do it. Get it out of here. It's not quite Gibby in 88, but we'll take it.
Gibby was looking for the backdoor slider from Dennis Eckersley. I don't think he's going to see any of those from Pedro Baez.
Courtesy of Mel Didier. Podna, you get 3-2. Sure enough, he's going to throw you that backdoor slider. Change up that time. 1-1. Wanted to check, couldn't hold up. 36, blew it by him. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Baez. Will go to the 11th, still tied at 1. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Feed it. Tell you what, Bob, the Diamondback bullpen so far tonight has made some big pitches in big spots. It started with Zach Curtis, who opened up the 7th. Jake Barrett came in, struck out Howie Kendrick, and left him a whole bunch of base runners on there. Daniel Hudson got to strike him out, throw him out. Tyler Clippard worked 2 scoreless innings, and now Enrique Burgos is on to start the 11th.
Really nice job by the bullpen today. Really nice job by the entire pitching staff following Archie Bradley's 6 strong innings tonight. Gave up only the 1 run. Looking to put another 0 on the board here and give the top of the order an opportunity in the bottom half of the 11th.
Burgos' 3rd stint in the big leagues this year, 11 appearances, a 5.25 ERA. Since his latest recall from Reno, Burgos has appeared in 4 games, worked 5 1/3 innings, and given up only 2 hits. Andrew Toles, the rookie, leads it off.
Goes without saying this would be a real good guy to keep off the bases because of his speed and what that would present to the Dodgers as far as opportunities to perhaps bunt, hit and run, steal a base. Yeah, keep the fast guys off.
From what we've seen, he can really fly. Just his 3rd major league start. So far tonight, 0 for 3 with an intentional walk. 3 for 11 in his big league career. This is in the air, shallow left center. Michael Bourne coming in. One away for Enrique Burgos, and now here comes Scott Van Slyke to hit in the pitcher's spot. And Slyke had a couple of singles in the ball game last night. He started in center field. He's at .219 on the year with 1 home run.
Pinch hitting for Pedro Baez, number 33, Scott Van Slyke.
So the Diamondbacks, as they hit for Baez, will get a little deeper into the LA bullpen. They'll get things going again out there with Lewis Coleman, the right-hander. So far we've seen Libator, Blanton, Jansen, and Baez. It's chopped foul, and Burgos is ahead of Van Slyke, 0-2.
Seems like that happens an awful lot when you have a low-scoring game. Team goes through their best relief pitchers trying to maintain that short lead, and when they give it up, all of a sudden you've got that soft underbelly, the middle relievers that you didn't want to use in this ballgame.
That's blasted into left. Brandon Drury being very conservative out there. Plays it on a hop, and Van Slyke has a one-out single.
Possibly see a pinch runner. They still have Chris Taylor available over there on the bench, although Van Slyke is an average runner. For a tall, lanky guy, he moves pretty good, long strides.
Chase Utley, the leadoff man, a double in the third. He's 1 for 5. A long look down to Chris Woodward at third base. D-backs have the shift on. Jake Lamb standing in the second base spot. Utley's waiting for something.
He's never in any hurry. Takes his hands off the bat. Just very relaxed. Takes that last waggle, and he's ready to go.
And Slyke takes a big jump, gets off the bag, and he's back just in time. He broke for second, changed his mind, and came to a dead stop. And it was just kind of left hung up out there, and just did get back in time. He's a big guy at 6'4", and I think he needed every inch right there. Might have a challenge here. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, he is out.
They just showed it on everybody's phones, and Chip Hale will challenge the safe call at first, and this shouldn't take too long.
I wonder if that was a broken hit and run. Scott Van Slyke broke for second, as you said, was about a quarter of the way down there and slammed on the brakes as the ball got by Chase Utley.
And then it was too late.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the
Good snap throw by Wellington Castillo. That quick release serves him well at second base, and this time at first base.
So with a three-man umpiring crew, we'll put on the headsets. Bob Davidson, the veteran umpire on this crew, on the left, and Isoni on the right. And this one is, wow, that's about the fastest one ever. He's out of there.
Wellington Castillo. Watch how quick he gets rid of this ball. He sees it. Van Slyke is off the bag, no stride whatsoever. That's just all arm strength to pick Van Slyke off at first base.
So Van Slyke picked off 2-3 on the putout, 1-0 on Utley with nobody on and 2 down. They'll leave the shift on. There's the strike, and it's 1-1. Tapper foul, and Burgos is ahead of ball and 2 strikes. Diamondbacks will have the top of the order due up in the home half of the 11th. Segura, Bourne, and Goldie. It was Coleman warming up in the LA bullpen. Come on, Lance Barrett. There it is. Bottom 11 coming up. jumping up and down tonight. Good ball game here. Everybody except Yasmani Grandal's got a broken catcher's mask.
Yeah, he went out there and pulled the strap to put it on the back of that helmet there and then stretch it across his face and just snapped the strap. Had to go back and get another mask from that first base dugout.
And so he's back out there warming up the new LA pitcher. It's the right-hander Lewis Coleman, who's got kind of a funky crossfire delivery with a big lanky guy out there. And watch the way he delivers the baseball.
Yeah, really steps over to that third base side and then crossfires, a little reminiscent of Jake Arrieta, the Chicago Cubs. Really hides the ball well.
So we've seen Libator, Blanton, Jansen, Baez, and now Coleman from the Dodger bullpen. It'll be Segura, Bourne, and Goldie in the Arizona 11th. A 1-1 ball game on a Saturday night at Chase Field in downtown Phoenix.
All right, guys at the plate, top of the order.
Let's go get them. Sliders in there for a first pitch strike.
Boy, with that crossfire delivery and then a flat slider out of it, has to look like that pitch is coming from the third baseman.
Boy, Baxter's got one of his best outfits on right now. He will change outfits every inning during extra innings, trying to find the right one to get that proper mojo. Segura down 0-2. He's right behind the D-back dugout. That is a good look right there. Those jeans are a little tight, though.
Just a tad.
I think it's supposed to be George Michael. Wake me up before you go.
Yeah.
Don't forget it's Baxter's birthday tomorrow. Segura, oh boy, emergency tap and stays alive. Baxter's birthday here at the ballpark. Getting out those D-backs back to school backpacks. First 5,000 kids. A 1 o'clock start tomorrow. You get your tickets at dbacks.com. Robbie Ray and Kenta Maeda. Got a item out there in right center field that Tolles is going to have to retrieve. Well, we have a few Dodger fans with us tonight, so there's bound to be something.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a beach ball.
Segura tonight 0 for 4. He has struck out twice. He homered here last night. Can't believe it. A Saturday night, he got to go to the game, and now he got extra innings. Jammed him, pops it up first base side. Gonzalez in fair territory. Making foul ground for the out, 1 away. Michael Bourne now had a big base hit and scored the tying run his last time up. Also stole a base. And a 1-out single, stole second, came in on Jake Lamb's 2-out, 2-strike double to tie the ball game, bottom 9. Turner creeps in from the third. He's been doing that every time Bourne's been up there. And will back off with a 1-0 count. Look at the way, BB, that Chase Utley kind of angles himself at second base. It's very unusual.
Yeah, it is.
It's almost like a first baseman, you know, straddling the bag. Look how he's kind of angled toward the hitter. Turner toes on the grass at third. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
Yeah, Utley does square up as the ball is being delivered, but it does look kind of odd the way he was standing out there at an angle, kind of facing left center field.
Well, he knows what he's doing out there, that's for sure. There it is. Good take by Bourne, and it's 2-2. Tolles in center, shaded over a little bit toward left field. A lot of room out by the pool. Struck him out. 2 down for Goldie. Goldie 1 for 4, a single in the 4th.
Goldie just missed a home run back in that 9th inning. Got a fastball in and popped it about a mile in the air to the left side of the infield. Just missed it.
7 homers in his last 14 games against the Dodgers. Fastball's in there for a strike, 0-1.
As you can imagine, with that crossfire delivery that Coleman features, lefties do much better against him than right-handers.
Got to be tough to pick up the ball if you're a right-hand hitter against this guy.
So many of them start behind you as a right-handed hitter.
Grandal sets up, down and away. Goldie chases that one, the slider, and it's 1-2.
Just find a way on there and get Jake Lamb to the plate. Nobody warming up in the Dodger bullpen other than Luis Coronel.
Diamondback bullpen quiet as well. He struck him out. 3rd strikeout tonight for Paul Goldschmidt. Coleman works a 1-2-3 inning and will play at least 12 here at Chase. Castillo, a good night behind the plate defensively for the Diamondbacks. And a very tight ball game, 1-1.
Quick release throwing out Puig on that strike him out, throw him out double play. And then the pick off at first. Look, just flat footed, snap that throw down there to get Scott Van Slyke.
Corey Seager leads off the LA 12th. Diamondbacks got 2 innings out of Tyler Clippard, the 9th and the 10th, and they'll try and do the same with Enrique Burgos, who pitched the 11th, is now back out there. It's over Burgos' head. Tough play. Segura can't get there, and Seager's aboard. That one rolled through the hole out there. Leadoff man on for LA.
Just a well-placed ground ball, pounds it into the dirt in front of home plate, gets it over the head of Burgos and just out of the reach of Gene Segura for a leadoff single.
Justin Turner. Turner drove in the Dodgers' only run with an RBI single back in the third. He's also walked twice. Might not be the only extra inning game in this division tonight. The Giants and the Padres are tied up 5-5 in the ninth at Petco Park. Rockies won again in Atlanta. They beat the Braves 4-3. That one gets behind Castillo, and Seager's in scoring position. 390 feet.
Talk about it all the time. You anticipate a breaking ball or a splitter or a changeup in the dirt. You never anticipate that a big league pitcher is going to spike that fastball over in the left-handed batter's box the way Burgos did. Wellington just couldn't get across there quickly enough.
Over the course of the rest of this season, there are going to be many moments where this Kitty Core bullpen, some of these young live arms, are going to be asked to get big important outs in crucial spots, and there are going to be some growing pains, and this is one of those spots for Enrique Burgos. Throw him in the deep end of the pool. Bullpen for the Diamondbacks will get busy again. They have a 10-man bullpen back there.
You might see Turner attempt to move this ball to the right side. He will not bunt. The only position player for the Dodgers that's put down a sac bunt this year is A.J. Ellis, the backup catcher. He's put down 3 sacrifices. No other position player for the Dodgers has put down even 1.
Randall Delgado will start warming up. Seager at second, nobody out. Ball 1 to Turner. Burgos got a lot of big outs for the Diamondbacks over the course of the summer last year. It's not unfamiliar territory for him at this level.
Dodgers 1 for 13 on the night with runners in scoring position. Turner has the only hit, the RBI base hit back in the 3rd inning.
He's ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes.
A good slider there on a 2-0 count.
That's a big weapon for him.
Especially against a guy like Turner with that leg kick that's geared for fastball, especially when the count's in his favor.
Short, and they got Seager hung up, trying to cut down the lead ran, and they got him. Turner's aboard safely at first, but they eliminate the runner at second.
Boy, that is just a horrible base running mistake by Corey Seager. That ball's right in front of him. You have to know where the defenders are before the pitch is thrown. He just gave the Diamondbacks an out right there.
Nick Ahmed is a guy that likes to do that a lot, it seems, Bob. He'll take a shot at that runner at third base if he thinks he can get it. And that wasn't even close. 6-5-4 on the putout. Turner aboard at first on a fielder's choice, and here's Gonzalez.
Seager looking for a sympathetic ear over in that Dodgers dugout. I don't think anybody wanted to talk to him.
And Dave Roberts runs the bases like that back in 04, and they still might not have won a World Series, so he's not going to be too sympathetic.
Well, I mean, that's the most fundamental of base running plays. When you're the runner at second base, if the ball's hit to your left, you're probably okay to advance. If it's hit to your right, you better hold your ground. And as I said, as the base runner, you have to know where the defenders are. Sometimes the shortstop may be over in the hole between third and short. Sometimes he may be up the middle. Sometimes he may be playing right behind you.
Oh, 0-1 on Gonzalez. They'll leave the shift on with Turner at first. Jake Lamb, the third baseman, in the second base spot. Gonzalez a single back in the seventh, 1 for 5. He was 1 for 5 last night as well. There's a strike, 0-2.
Nice backdoor slider that time. Right at the knees on the outside corner. Gonzalez gives up on that pitch. He reads it as being off the plate away. Just enough late movement to get it back to the corner.
You can see why they like Enrique Burgos. A good live arm out there. Throws hard. The command has been the issue.
Got to go right back out there again to the same pitch. That backdoor slider just misses down that time.
Burgos has pitched very well at AAA Reno, 3-0 with a 1.95 ERA. But he walked 17 batters in just under 28 innings in AAA this year. Working primarily as a setup man in the bullpen for Phil Nevin. Fastball at 97 blows away Gonzalez. 2 outs.
This is country hardball right there. Rare back. Here's my best fastball. See what you can do with it. He blew it right by a good fastball hitter.
And here's another one. Yasmani Grandal. Grandal tonight has walked twice. He's 0 for 3. Justin Turner, the runner at first, 2 outs. Missed with a fastball, and Burgos is behind 2-0. Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 12th will have Lamb, Castillo, and Tomas due up 4, 5, and 6. Almost threw that one into the seats. Justin Turner does have a stolen base tonight, just his second this year.
Once again, a design play right there. Burgos comes up to the set position and just stands there, just holds the ball, hoping that maybe Turner would break early for second base, or at least tip off what he might be doing on this pitch.
Don't want to lose your focus and miss location on a fastball to this guy. Behind 3-0, Howie Kendrick, who's been a hitting machine in this series, is on deck. 3 hits last night, 4 tonight. They walked him. So now they'll have to work to Kendrick, who last night had 3 hits and a walk. Tonight, 3 singles, a double, and a strikeout. He's 4 for 5.
At the plate, left fielder, Howie Kendrick.
Came into the ball game tonight, Howie Kendrick, a .344 career hitter against the Diamondbacks, and so far tonight he's got 4 hits. Justin Turner at second, Yasmani Grandal at first, 2 outs.
7th walk in the ball game for the Diamondbacks pitching staff. Fortunately, none of the previous 6 have scored.
Overthrew that one, 1-0.
Got to get back in the zone now. You can understand pitching Grandal carefully, a dangerous left-handed hitter with power, but now you've got to get back around the edges of the strike zone to a real good right-handed hitter.
Kendrick has hit safely in 9 straight games, 11 of 12 games in July. There's a strike, fastball at 96. Zoom ball.
We've talked about this in the past. It's very easy to see the range from a middle infielder or an outfielder by the ground that they cover, but for a catcher it's very short and very quick, and that time Wellington Castillo showed his range.
Burgos made some big pitches to strike out Gonzalez, but he seems to be feeling the moment a little bit more here in the at-bat to Grandal, and now Kendrick up there with a 2-1 count. Missed again, 3-1. Puig on deck. The bases are loaded. Back-to-back walks issued by Enrique Burgos. And here comes Chip Hale. That's going to be it for Burgos. The base on balls bug comes back to bite Burgos again. Randall Delgado coming into a bases loaded 2-out mess. Back in a moment. In a quick jam, he inherits a bases loaded 2-out mess. He's worked just over 46 innings in 39 appearances. Randall has really struggled lately. He's given up runs in 5 of his last 6 outings. He's given up 7 runs on 11 hits in his last 8 1/3 innings. He's got Justin Turner at third, Yasmani Grandal at second, and Howie Kendrick at first. 2 outs in a 1-1 ball game, and the batter is Yasiel Puig. Puig walked against Daniel Hudson to lead off the 8th. He's 0 for 4. He did not go, says Bob Davidson. Dodgers in this series are 2 for 6 with the bases loaded. That includes Chris Taylor's grand slam last night. Tonight with the bases full, they are 0 for 1. Howie Kendrick struck out with the bases loaded against Jake Barrett to end the 7th. Fly ball. Foul ground. Goldie will give it a look, but it's out of play.
Look away.
That's a little bit of ownage right there. Oh, where was that? Lance Barrett back there. Chip Hale wondering the same thing.
Well, it's been a very well played ball game, very well pitched ball game tonight. You hate to have it come down to a missed call behind the plate.
He started out with the crew chief Dale Scott behind the plate. He had to leave the game in the first inning after taking a foul ball off the mask. So we work with a 3-man crew here. Lance Barrett was the first base umpire when we started the ball game, which was well over 4 hours ago. Two and one on the Yasiel Puig. 3 balls and a strike. Well, what do you throw to Puig when you know it has to be a strike?
You got to throw a strike. Whatever pitch you think you can throw for a strike most consistently might not be a fastball.
3-1. A bouncer to second. Segura's there, and Randall Delgado pulls a rabbit out of the hat. The Dodgers leave them loaded. Bottom 12 coming up. There and, well, frankly, sulked for a little bit after grounding out with the bases loaded. Now watch Puig after he hits the ground ball. He takes the bat the entire length of the baseline, and then when he sees he's thrown out, it's time to take it out on the helmet.
Made better contact against the helmet than he did the ball. Swung at ball 4 right there.
He's still not out at his position in right field yet. He sat on the bench by himself in the corner the entire break there, and finally he gets out there as Casey Fiend, the new Dodger pitcher, completes his warm-up tosses. We saw a fiend in the ball game last night. He came on to start the 7th inning and gave up home runs to both Gene Segura and Paul Goldschmidt. And he'll face Jake Lamb, who has already doubled twice to lead off the Diamondback 12. 9th inning, 2 outs, 2 strikes. Jake Lamb delivers. He goes the other way to bring home Michael Bourn with a tying run. And that's how we got here. 2 for 4 with 2 doubles. He leads the Diamondbacks with 63 RBIs. And the Dodgers once again have the shift on. Turner, the third baseman, out there in shallow right field.
The Dodgers 1 for 15 with runners in scoring position tonight. They've left 15 men on base.
Diamondbacks bullpen has done a very good job tonight, making big pitches when they've really needed them. None bigger than Randall Delgado, who came on to get Puig to win that bases loaded threat.
D-backs pitchers have put zeros on the board since that 3rd inning. 9 innings of shutout baseball.
Dodgers a run on 10 hits. Diamondbacks a run on 6 hits. Jake Lamb ahead, 2 balls and no strikes. Curveballs in there, 2-1. Oh man, come on. Going to get into the right field corner, and Jake Lamb's on the run. Puig is slow to pick it up, and Lamb heads for 3rd. He is in there. He leads the league in triples, and he's now a winning run 90 feet away. Boy, Puig was well off the line, and he had to go a long way to get that one.
A cutter on the inside corner, and Jake Lamb just drills it right through that pull shift. I mean, wasn't a lot of room between Justin Turner and Adrian Gonzalez, but Jake found it, and when Yasiel Puig was slow retrieving the ball, he just turns the corner at second and keeps on rolling.
That's triple number 8 for Jake Lamb. And we'll see how LA wants to play this one. They'll bring the infield in. He's the winning run. And the batter is Wellington Castillo.
You see at least 1 intentional walk, probably 2 here to load him up.
Tomas on deck. Well, last time in the 9th inning, after Jake Lamb doubled to tie the ball game, he was at second as the winning run. They gave Castillo the free pass so they could pitch to Tomas, and Tomas struck out. That was against Kenley Jansen. So Castillo gets the walk.
36th team triple for the Diamondbacks this year, the most in the major leagues by 6. As you mentioned, Jake Lamb now has the most triples in the big leagues. He just passed Adam Eaton with his 8th triple.
So here's a chance for Tomas, who has the Diamondbacks' only walk-off hit this year, and they're going to give him a free pass as well. So it'll be the bases loaded, nobody out for Brandon Drury, who's on deck.
I know this is standard operating procedure in extra innings. On the road, if you're the Dodgers, walk the bases loaded, play everybody in, play for the force play at home plate, but you're asking your pitcher to throw 8 pitches way out of the zone and then quickly get right back into the strike zone against Brandon Drury.
Well, Jake Lamb needs to be paying attention down there at 3rd in case Casey Fiend throws one to the backstop. The bases now are full of Diamondbacks. We just left the bases full of Dodgers. Brandon Drury. Here comes Dave Roberts.
Diamondbacks are due in this situation. First 2 games of the regular season, they were 4 for 9 with the bases loaded. Since then, they're 3 for their last 42.
I think what he's going to do here is bring Howie Kendrick in and play a 5-man infield.
I think you're probably right.
They just changed gloves for Howie Kendrick, who's out there in left field. He's got a new glove now. And so Roberts will load the bases and play a 5-man infield. The only run that matters stands 90 feet away. Brandon Drury tonight walked in the 8th inning. He's 0 for 3. Lamb at third, Castillo at second, Tomas at first. A 5-man infield will play in for LA. Strike 1 at 94. Diamondbacks just 12 and 33 against the Dodgers since the start of the 2014 season. They have lost 13 of their last 15 overall and could really use a dramatic walk-off win right here. Base hit! Diamondbacks win it! First career walk-off hit for Brandon Drury, and a second this year for the Diamondbacks. Wins it 2-1.
Under the circumstances, a good approach by Brandon Drury. Didn't have to hit a home run, didn't have to drive the ball in the gap, just make solid contact to that right side. Fiend pitching away. Finds that big hole on the right side. Jake Lamb got it started, and he ends it on the plate.
Oh, the big crowd here tonight. We talked about this on the Snake Talk radio program last night when the Diamondbacks have had their biggest crowds this year. At times, they have laid their biggest eggs. But a thrilling ball game tonight. The bullpen was sensational, and they got the big hit when they needed it from Brandon Drury. The win goes to Randall Delgado, who got that enormous out in the top half of the 12th with the bases loaded and 2 down. And the hero tonight, Brandon Drury. D-backs are able to avoid what would have been a 6th straight loss that would have matched their longest losing streak this year, but they even the series in a game apiece, and Brandon Drury is the hero. He's standing by with Kate.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations. Woo! A little cold down here, but we are heating it up on the field in part to Brandon Drury coming through in at the bottom of the 12th inning. Take us through that at-bat.
I was really just trying to slow the game down and stay with my approach and look for something out over, and I got it.
Yeah, this is your first career walk-off at this level. What was going through your mind specifically in that at-bat? Were you nervous? Were you thinking you played it right, just making contact on that, but were you trying to look at the big picture, what was going on?
I've came up in that situation quite a few times earlier this year and haven't came through, so you know, to come through in that big situation like that, it feels really good.
And how satisfying is it for the team overall, back in the win column and now in a position to come back and get this series victory?
Yeah, that's big. Come out tomorrow and, you know, hopefully come out with a big win and, you know, get this team rolling.
What did it mean to the team tonight? The pitching outstanding throughout the day, Archie establishing that pace, the bullpen coming through, and then you guys having the defense to back it up to keep it a close one.
Yeah, it was a good game. I mean, it's not easy to score runs all the time, so you know, to have our pitching back us up, that was huge.
All right, well, congratulations. Celebrating a little bit on the field, but go enjoy it with your team. Let's go now back upstairs.
A big night here at the ballpark for Diamondback Nation. And the kid, Brandon Drury, gets the big hit. A bases-loaded single is the walk-off winner in the 12th inning. Back with much more from Chase Field right after this.